I'd like to call the meeting to order. Looks like our agenda is a little bit out of order, so we're going to call roll first.
Mr. Albrecht?
Here.
Mr. Brown?
Here.
Dr. Hall?
Here.
Mrs. Roop?
Here.
Mr. Teray?
Here.
Mrs. Gasparo?
Here.
And Mrs. Galbraith is here.
Stand for the pledge, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Albrecht, would you read the mission statement, please?
Sure. Our mission statement: to ensure that every child is challenged to reach his or her full potential academically, socially, and emotionally as they grow and develop into thoughtful, productive, and contributing members of society.
Thank you. Public comment. Terry, did we have another one? Oh, you did. Okay. First, we have Cynthia Hudson, District Concerns. Welcome.
Good evening, board, public. Yes, my name is Cynthia Hudson, and I'm here to, once again, I made this statement before. I hope you all are hearing me. Going back to your mission statement where it says you all are concerned about the academic and emotional, and I don't know the whole mission statement that you just said, but I'm focusing on the emotional part, that you're concerned about the emotional well-being of each and every one of your students. And it brings me back to an issue that we've been struggling with in this district ever since way before I became a member of this district, which is racism. And I would like to know what the board plans on doing about addressing the racial issues that we have in this district. I've been hearing it. I've been coming to the last few meetings. I know September, October, November, we're in November now. I've been hearing different comments about racial issues going on, and I would like to know what the board plans on doing to address these issues. I feel as though we have, I don't know, high 70s, 80% minority in this district, students. And as far as staff goes, it doesn't reflect that. So once again, I'm concerned about who are the students, the minority students, going to turn to when there's problems, when they're having issues. Anybody knows that if you have problems with, okay, I'm African American. If I have problems with Caucasians, more than likely I'm not going to try to turn that. My first person to seek out will not be a Caucasian person. But our children don't see many African American staff that they can turn to. And I would like to know, what do you all plan on doing about hiring more minority staff? Because like I said, I know for a fact there are people of African American people, teachers who apply to this district, and they're very qualified, and they were turned away. I would like to know, what do you all are, it seems like once we get a minority staff member, whether it's the superintendent, a principal, or a teacher, they don't last very long. And I would like to know why. What's going on that we can't retain minority from the superintendent, board members, teachers, on down? I see that as a big problem. I also asked about the board as well as the staff members from superintendent to teachers to custodians, anyone who's employed in District 201U. I'm wondering about, are you all still having the diversity training? Someone said at one of the board meetings that you all are. I would like to know some of the results. I mean, what do these workshops entail? You know, what are you all doing at these workshops? And I would like to know, you know, I said it should be mandatory. Anybody that comes into this district and anybody that's already in this district, you all need to have ongoing diversity and sensitivity training. I think that would help. And I stated before, I would like each and every one of you all as board members to look in the mirror and look at yourselves and look within your hearts and ask yourself the question, am I here for the right reasons? Do I support each and every student in this district, whether they look like me or whether they're different from me? I am on this board to serve every child in this district. If your answer is no to that question, you have no business up there. I would like for you all to know that you all are a team. I don't see anything of team membership working together. It's very split. You have Caucasian on one side, you have African American on the other side. You all are not just one individual. You all are supposed to be a team. Team is spelled T-E-A-M. There's no I in team. So take the I out of team, work together as team members, and come together for the good of all of our students as well as all of our staff. So I just want you to search your hearts and make sure you're up there for the right reasons and do the right things. And I know you all probably get tired of me talking about this, but it's a very big problem in our district, and I don't see it going away. And it needs to go away. That's the bulk of our problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the Reverend Dr. James Hunt regarding Community Forum. Welcome.
Thank you, President Caspero. Board, staff, audience, thank you for allowing me to speak on today. I just have to comment on the earlier event, the Night of Leadership. I think that's a wonderful example of the diversity and the efforts of the district to come together. And just to continue along those same lines, one of the things that the reason I'm here is I want to make sure that we foster unity within the community. One of the ways to do that, approach to do that, is by opening up and allowing the community to have a voice. And so what I'm asking, and I'm going to follow up with a letter, I'm asking if you would hold a community forum for the community for topics such as residency. And let me explain what I mean when I talk about residency. For some, residency means that if folks are not in this district legally, that some other folks have to pay higher tax. We have to pay taxes for those who are here illegally. For some in a minority, when we hear that, a lot of folks hear that, they hear that's a sign that you don't want us in your district. And so I'll just be honest, I'll be frank, it is a hot button item. And when it came up and when you put out there that you had a vendor that you wanted to look at residency, a lot of antennas were raised. There were a lot of concerns raised on both sides of the fence. And in the effort to foster that community and have those, and to be transparent and to have those conversations, I think that's one of the issues that we need to look at. We need to look at minority teacher hiring. We need to look at student achievement, student academics and discipline, especially any inequities. And so I think if we could have a community forum where the community will have a chance to talk about some of these items. I know you have constituents in your various, where you live, where you are resident, and you don't hear the whole side of the story. I have congregants from all over, and I try to go to all the schools, so I hear different things. And I think for the district, for the school board, I don't think it hurts to over communicate. This is one of those items where it's not going to hurt us. We might find some information that will help us bring us together. If we're talking about bringing the community together, you have to listen to the community. And residency, minority teacher hiring or staff hiring, student academics and discipline and equities, even the consent decree. Those things need to be looked at. We need to put them on the table. We need to talk about them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have James W. Young regarding residency and national investigations. Good evening.
Good evening, President Gasparo, members of the board, community members. The last time I was here several meetings ago, I attempted to encourage the board to be much more responsible in the allocation and expenditure of our tax dollars. I also suggested, and I gave examples of how in the past that when the Board of Education for our school district encountered problems, they reached out to the community. Well, since that time, I have been monitoring the board minutes. I have been forwarding a lot of documents in regards to the board's decision to allocate money for the National Investigation Agency because the board was under the impression that you have a problem with residency. Well, I want you to know that I am not opposed to residency. All school boards, all school districts do it. However, I am opposed to the approach to it. I do not believe that we need the National Investigative Agency. We don't need it. We have a very competent support staff, and we have some very competent administrators. I think that we need to take a different approach to this. And again, I want to encourage the board to reach out to the community. And since I haven't been given an invitation, I'm going to invite myself. I believe that we need to come together, the board and the community, and have a discussion about residency and how to approach it. My concern is that parents' rights and students' rights are protected. And I believe that with the departure of Dr. Cunningham, it has opened up a wound in our community. In addition to that letter that was generated to staff announcing his departure, that created an aggravated situation even more. So I'm here tonight to encourage the board to let's come to the table and reason with one another. Let's have a conversation. Let's save some money. I'm sure you'd be interested in saving some money. Let's save some money. Let's utilize the resources that we have internally and externally to resolve the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments, Terry? Good news report. We just finished up Night of Leadership. I want to thank Natalie again for her hard work putting that together. Thank you. We saw student council members from 9 schools, and they're actually 8 schools because not the ELC. And we heard about how they are leading in our communities. So great job. Thank you. And thank you for my fellow board members for participating.
Thank you.
Dr. Clark?
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Crete School District 201U Crete School District 201U District Leadership, Team, Administration, Teachers, Staff, and Students salute our school board and offer our sincere appreciation for your outstanding leadership and service to our schools and community. You work very hard, a lot of countless hours, and you are so appreciated, and we wanted you to know that. We also have a little token of our appreciation for each and every one of you. And from the district administration, we just want to say thank you, continue the good hard work that you are doing, and also know that your community appreciates your dedication to what you are doing for our kids as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And to my fellow school board members, please enjoy your cupcake. Happy National School Board Member Day. Anybody have any comments?
I'd like to say thank you to the staff for all that you do as well. Being a board member at times can be a thankless job, but I believe that working with staff that continue to support what we do makes it a little bit more worth it. I'd also like to especially thank my family who sacrifices along with me and all that they've done to support me in this seat for now 8.5 years. So thank you, Hall, Team Hall.
Well, I would like to say thank you too. I've worked pretty well with the staff since my inception on this board, and I see myself continuing to work with the staff as well as teachers. Try to do the best I could working with my colleagues up here. And because at the end of the day, it's all about our children. So thank you, Assistant Superintendent Clark. And where exactly did this artery clogger come from? Okay, all right. It'll take me about 2 years to eat this. So,
I'll help you.
I agree with Dr. Hall. It takes our families understanding every day. I'm retired and my husband says he sees me less than when I was working. So that means everything's working, I guess. I would like to thank our veteran members, Dr. Hall and Maurice, when we came on, didn't know what was going on. You both were gracious, always helped me, answered my questions, put up with my temper tantrums. You still do that. I appreciate that. For the new members, I hope you know that even though I don't know a whole lot yet, we're still all learning, that I'm always here if you need help. To our fabulous staff, we couldn't do it without you day in, day out. I love going to the schools, getting to meet more and more of the staff that work there, see what they do every day for our kids. So to everyone in our community, thank you for having the faith and the trust in us to do what we can for our children every day.
I'd also like to thank the staff, the cabinet, and the directors. I had the opportunity to stop by the central office yesterday, and I saw them all very hard at work. And so thank you very much for everything you do. And, you know, I've been on the board now for about 6 months, and I've learned a lot, understand that I have a lot more to learn. And this weekend at the III conference, I hope to get to know all the board members better so that we can work together as a team. So thank you.
All righty, thank you all. It's a thankless job. You're way underpaid and you're overworked. And I know that from personally, from my family member. And we have a wonderful, dedicated staff and dedicated teachers, dedicated support staff, very much dedicated people throughout the spectrum of our employment. And I'm proud to be associated with them, and I'm proud of the work that they do every day for our children. And they work hard, they work thanklessly, and they're making a difference with the young men and women that are going through this this school of ours. So thank you very much from the bottom of my heart.
I would like to thank Natalie again for this night of leadership and everybody else that was involved. I know everybody works together. I appreciate how well everybody works together. I've said it before, I've been in this district for 12 years. I mean, I've been in it longer, but my kids have been in the schools for 12 years. And I never realized how hard you guys work. And I really appreciate it. I'm still learning a lot. Being another new board member, I want to learn a lot. I just hope I'm worthy of the position and that we can do what we came here to accomplish.
I think I concur with all of my fellow board members. I want to say a special thank you to our recording secretary, Ms. Terry Tobin. She goes way above and beyond anything that we ask of her. She's always there. I have found that the central office really runs the only way I can explain it is a well-oiled machine. And the way you guys come together and work, there is no way that the 7 board members that are sitting up here could do anything that we do without each and every one of you. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. If you ask anybody what I do, my husband will tell you that I volunteer for a living and being a CPA is my hobby. So like Dr. Hall said, she wants to thank her family. This really does take a lot of time, but I love absolutely every minute of it. I love going into the schools and I love working with all of you. So thank you very much for everything that all of you do. I really greatly appreciate it. And happy School Board Member Appreciation Day. Thank you. We're going to hold off on our closed session for right now and go right into our administrative updates. Dr. Clark, District Affairs.
Skip over board updates.
Oh, did I? Oh, I did. Sorry. I did. Board updates. Did somebody want to start?
And for
Thank you,
clarity,
Dr. Hall.
are we removing the closed session? Because it's on here.
There's,
twice, I think.
there is 2 on here. We don't, there is no need to have the first one.
So do we need to officially remove it?
No. Closed session is always on there. We don't need to officially remove it. Board updates. Anybody?
I do have a few. On the state level, also as well as the national level, there are concerns with the teacher shortage. It is actually a national epidemic. It has come to the attention of the state legislators. Some of you may have been seeing them on television talking about it. Yeah, it's a
Huge.
very hot topic right now. So conversations are taking place regarding what to do in short term and long term. I know that they are looking at the qualifications for substitute teaching. Once again, they did that before and got major pushback from the teacher unions. But it's gotten to a point where a lot of districts are really struggling. And not only that, the lack of minority teachers as well is in the conversation. So I do know that, like I said, there's conversations around that in Springfield, and we may be seeing some bills being introduced around that.
I received an email from somebody, and I can't remember who, I'd have to look it up, asking me to pay attention to certain things, like these things were going on about that, and to pay attention that votes and different things were coming up, and to please, please, please pay attention to what was going on, because it was, like you say, an epidemic. I'd have to look it up, but it was somebody in the Illinois legislature, I believe.
Okay.
Or IASB, I can't remember, but it was just recent, within this last week or so.
I was gonna say it might have been Ben Schwarm. with
That's who it is.
ISC.
It's Ben Schwarm.
Yes.
Thank you.
So you're receiving the updates, because, they're down there lobbying and
Sometimes
they're
do.
getting the information. And they get it out to us.
From that person. I don't know if anybody else is getting those.
Occasionally.
They're very informative.
Very informative and helpful. I wanted to say personally to Ms. Nash and all of our principals with Mix It Up, what a wonderful time was had. I love going into the schools and interacting with the staff and the students. I attended the high school, the middle school, and CSK, and just had a wonderful time talking with the students and finding out what's going on in their lives and seeing some of the projects that were done. And it always makes me proud on Mix It Up Day to see how we can come together as a district. So thank you, Ms. Nash. And I don't know if everybody knows, she actually brought that idea to our district. And it's our 5th year? Yeah, 5th year. as well. Also, thank you for the Night of Leadership, 5th year as well with that. Just again, being a part of some awesome things that are going on in our district that help us to focus on our children and why we are here. So this evening was no exception, so thank you. Also, I did share with Mrs. Gasparo that I did not like not going into the schools this year for the Day of Leadership, and was actually approached by a staff member this evening asking why we did not come in and have those conversations with the students there. So that's something that I would hope would come back next year. That gives us an opportunity to have even more conversations with our students, and they get to ask us questions about leadership as well. But thank you so much for all of the hard work. Oh. No. Yeah, that's the one I got thrown into, but she almost beat me. It was close. Oh, okay. But yeah, it's a great time, just wonderful. That whole, yeah, it was the district staff as well. I'm sorry, I forgot to add that. That was wonderful as well. Also, just wanted to once again thank our district staff for stepping in the way you all have in this time for us. I just want to make sure that we do recognize you all. I'm really huge on thank yous, so we really appreciate what you're doing. Thank you. And also just wanted to shout out to our football team. I know a lot of the young men on that team, and they really wanted to go further, and they did not. But just a wonderful team that was really determined. And football is a sport that brings our communities together, so it is very valuable. And just wanted to say that to them. I have a couple of comments about the school board. I just wanted to share some of these I already shared with our board president. I really feel that there is a need for a board retreat. To my understanding, she informed me that we only had 4 board members that were committed to a retreat. Traditionally, we as a board would have heard from the superintendent and have been given a state of the district presentation. That did not happen. Also, we would have had a retreat where we would have set goals with the superintendent for the year. That did not happen. This typically would have occurred in the summertime. I feel that there is a need for a retreat. I respect the process of board government. We have new members on the board. Nelson mentioned he, looks forward to this opportunity this weekend, to get to know the board members more. A retreat is where some of that happens. So I don't know who's not available or, whatever, and Jennifer will tell you I've asked about it. I think it's very necessary, given not only that we have new board members, and not only that it's traditionally what we've done, but given just the circumstances that we've been dealing with all together, I think we need to move forward with a board retreat.
I was going to ask to have that on the next committee, the whole meeting, so we can get a date set for that.
Okay.
So Terry, make sure you remind me to get that on the committee, the whole meeting for December.
I also wanted to address the fact that there's a couple of requests that I've made that I still am not in possession of. I've requested written conversations between the board president and our lawyer. I was told by the lawyer that would be possible. I still have not received that. That's been over a month.
What exactly do you need?
I'm sorry, I couldn't
What
hear.
exactly are you looking for?
When I requested the written accounts of the conversations between you and the lawyer that I requested a couple of times.
The emails?
It's a summary that the board voted on last year to have done.
Okay, we'll
I don't know if it was a vote, but it was a collective agreement to have that done last September, I think it was. So I requested that. Also, I requested information regarding the company that provided the meals for our homecoming game. When Mr. Surmer came in and we were talking about the Parade of Champions, and his concern was that if we're serving hot food, we have someone on the premises that has a proper sanitation license. So when the homecoming game occurred, I did request that back then, before homecoming. I have not received that. I know the response was that they were trained, but I asked for the documentation for that and still have not received that. You have it. Thank you. Also, I just wanted to just express also on the state level, there's a lot of conversations around ESSA and the state's ESSA plan. And there are districts giving input on that. Laura, I don't know if you're familiar with what's going on with that, but one of the concerns I have with us not having an acting superintendent solely in that role is if we are staying abreast of the state issues that are coming our way. I do know that there is a lot of talk around the equitable funding formula that was passed, and there being a funding accountability for districts where we will now have to thoroughly show where our dollars are going, and superintendents around the state are going into workshops to understand how to do that. So that's one of the things I just wanted to bring out. I just want to make sure that in the position that we're in, we are staying abreast of these things that are coming down the pipeline. And as far as
Dr. Hall, let me just respond, just so you can, so at least you and the public know where we're at with that. Any emails that come into our district that would have been coming to the superintendent come to Dr. Clark. Okay. At that point, she will disseminate that information to one of us that would cover it. So let's just take on the funding formula. We just got some emails about confirming the enrollment numbers that the state has and determining the funding formulas. So not only does Dr. Clark get that through that email, I also get it as being the business manager too. So it's kind of a double whammy there. And I believe Laura can address some of the ESSA concerns when it comes to that too. So we are staying abreast of all of that, continually working on all of that. And even in workshops that we take, it's always coming up and we're always getting notification on that too. So we are on top of that. So Laura, I don't know if you want to talk about the ESSA formula at all?
Actually, today I participated in a webinar because ESSA is now requiring our federal grant funds to be reported instead of at the district level, like our expense reports. We're going to have to go school-based starting next school year. So information is starting to come out about that. So I watched a webinar today that was going into that, you know, how that came to be and what the process is going to be.
Thank you. I would just like to add one more, if I may. Anything that comes out that requires superintendent's notification or feedback, I always go to Terry just to make sure this is something that has been done. If it hasn't been addressed in the past, then I have not done anything. If it's something that does need to be addressed, I make sure that I do. So if it's something in IWAS that needs my eyes or my signature or feedback, I make sure I do that.
Okay. And then the other thing that happens even on the reporting process with Dr. Clark being in that role, if I were to submit something to IWAS and to the ISBE, she, as the acting superintendent in that role, and that she has to verify that and also check off on that too. So again, it's that chain of command that we have in place.
Okay. And I did want to add, because as wonderful as you guys are, like I say, it still can become a lot. I do know that IASA has field directors that are willing to help as needed, and it's for free. So just to put that out to you guys. Lastly, these are issues that I know need further conversations, but I did want to go on record as stating that these have been issues that are brought to me. So Terry, just so you can note, issues regarding practice space for all of our sports at the high school. Yes. I'm hearing there's some issues with the space and it being assigned and who has what and who's supposed to be where and some confusion going on with that.
That's
For sports. Yeah,
and that is something that we will address when they come to
the
us.
athletic director.
Yes.
Okay. I'm being told there's a MOA regarding stipend payments between the board and the union. Does that make sense? Lyle, someone asked me about.
There's an MOA for a study committee where we're going to look at all the stipends, and it's really with an eye toward, are they equitable? So for instance, with the number of
Yes,
practices, number of
Title
students,
IX.
number of competitions, those kind of things. And we haven't formed the committee yet, but that's what the MOA is for.
Okay, so when we say MOA, that's memorandum of agreement, that's a document. So does
Correct.
that document exist with the board president's signature and somebody else's signature?
That doesn't have the board president's signature. It's agreement between administration and the union
Okay.
to do this. I will be happy to produce it for you. It's public record, and I'll be happy to put it in the FYI.
Okay, thank you. I brought this up at, I think our last special board meeting. I would like to know where we are with looking at insurance for the administrative deans. I'm not sure that I've seen I saw your kind of a rebuttal after the conversation, but just for future, I'd just like to know where we are with that.
I plan to bring some of that to the December committee of the
Yeah,
whole.
we
Okay.
talked, yeah, I agree. We need to look at that.
I am getting feedback on the hero period at the high school. There's some confusion regarding what it's for and what it's being used for by different teachers. I'm hearing some are using it to actually teach lessons, online lessons. I'm hearing some are using it as enrichment or opportunities for students to get help, which is what I thought it was originally for. But after parent-teacher conferences, for some reason, I started getting contacted by parents that were really confused about HERO, which is a 25-minute period at the high school. And I think there's different things being done, and I'm told by a parent that we have teachers saying that they don't know what to be doing. So just so you know that. I don't know how true it is, but that's what I'm being told. And this was after parent-teacher conference and parents talking to the teachers and questioning them about it. This is what that's why I got contacted, and a couple other parents just saying, what is it? Why weren't the parents told about it? What's the whole goal? It's a pass or fail, correct? But some are using it as enrichment while some are actually teaching lessons. My response was, I know that it's supposed to be, I believe the students are placed in the periods based off of their needs, correct? So you may not have teachers doing exactly the same thing, but my thought was it's an enrichment period. If there's issues, teachers can address it with the students if there's academic issues. Is that correct?
Well, when we did the presentation for the board last spring, it's a variety of things. I mean, we have advanced placement support classes for students who are new to advanced placement. We have online courses that our sophomores and juniors are taking for part of the year. We'll have SAT prep classes going on later in the year. We have interventions for students who are struggling in reading and math. So it really is a wide variety of things. And in addition to that, each of our grade levels has a course. Freshmen take the freshman success course during that 25-minute period. Sophomores have a similar sophomore course. juniors have a course that it's curriculum that the teachers all wrote. So it's not exactly one thing. It's a variety of things that's designed to meet students' needs based on academics and also based on kind of what courses they're in and what they need. I do know I met with high school yesterday, our monthly meeting, and we discussed Hero because I know they, when they came to talk to the board in the spring, part of it was coming back to talk to the board after we had an implementation period. And Ms. Trish said that she was going to be extending invitations to the board members to come in during Hero to observe, hopefully sometime before winter break.
Is there a way to get a record of when and how parents were informed about the Hero period? I mean, was there letters that went home? Was it just at curriculum nights or back to school nights?
I'm sure it was a variety. I don't know exactly. You know, some of it was done last spring with Dr. Harden, and then as we transition to the fall. So I can certainly find out and let you know.
Also, implementation of that, as well as our career network. I believe we have something on the agenda also this evening with that, but being asked about, I know we do the Kankakee Center and things like that, but internship opportunities for our kids and plugging them into businesses in the community. So that came up as well. Also, I received a complaint about the amount of time it's taking to fulfill our FOIA requests. I briefly then went back and looked at what the report was. I know that it's 5 days, 5 business days from when we receive it, but that was also a complaint that I received.
The FOIA is 5 days, but you can ask for an extension if need be. And whatever I have to do in terms of that, I'll always send out a letter to do that. So whenever there's going to be a delay, because I can't control the amount of documentation that is coming forth, and I do have to review all of the documentation that comes forth, I do send out information letting them know. And that's, I mean, within our legal rights to do that.
Okay. And also, lastly, are we updating our FOIA requests online? That was a concern brought or a complaint.
Yes, after we meet tonight, I'll put September and October's up. So I bring it to the committee of the whole first, then to the board, and then that month goes up.
So the complaint was, I believe they said the last on there was August.
Right, and so tonight was September and October. September was 1, and October, I believe it's 10 or 11 altogether. And so that will go up, but always after the board has heard it at the regular board meeting.
Okay, but that's August. We're in November. So that's the concern that I got.
But
why is it taking so long to put up September's and we're in November?
Because we just did September's and October's tonight. So the first night, I mean, the last month, we only did August. I was not there for your committee of the whole for September. I never bring anything, I never put anything up until it comes to the regular meeting. If you want me to do it prior to, I can do that. Been doing, which is committee of the whole, regular meeting up. I can do it in any order you like.
I think the issue with it is, so the whole point behind it, and this was something that Mrs. Sanders suggested, was transparency as well as communication. So the whole point was, if I come to a board meeting and I'm sitting and I hear somebody make a public comment, maybe I want to know the answer to that as well. So if you have somebody that came to the August board meeting or September, whatever, and they're going back trying to find where's that answer, and now we're 2 months later, we've disengaged the community at that point. So in my opinion, I think they should, go up. I don't think the board's not going to change what the report is. So that's my opinion on it. I think it's waiting too long, and
the information isn't going to change from the time you create it until the time we meet. So I don't see an issue with posting it.
I have no problem. Whatever the pleasure of the board, I will do.
I just want to ask Dr. Hall a question. Either I heard wrong or you mixed and matched FOIA and public comment.
Did I
Were
say
you,
public comment?
because you just said if somebody heard a
Yeah, I'm
public
sorry.
comment. So are we talking about both? I just want to make sure that we're clear so that we get it right. That's all.
I believe it's for you, but I don't know that the public comments are updated either. They are updated. Are they up? Okay.
Okay, so we will make sure that
So it
everything
was
is
for you.
posted.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. I know. I missed the last meeting.
I got. I do, yes. Yeah, I'm still trying for a long time to get information on TIFs. And if we're owed any money, by whom, how much, why, who, what, where, when, and why. TIFs that have expired or are about to expire, where we're going with it. And it seems like it's very difficult to get this information out to the public. And I think the public needs to know when TIFs are expiring and what, if any, funds are left. If there are no funds left, what happened to the funds? Are we entitled to any of them, et cetera? Should we have them? If we didn't get them, why didn't we get them? And, you know, we have 4 communities, and I know that at least 3 of them have TIFs. I'm not sure about Park Forest, but I think we need to know what's going on with these TIFs. And it's like a forever, it says, what's happening, what's happening. I'd just like to have something published on the board book, on the website, to explain TIFs from each community, how they worked, when they expired, what monies, if any, we can expect from them, if there's any money left, what the taxing going forward is, what we can expect to see, so that there's a clear understanding on what we got here. And if there's any money that we didn't get, were we entitled to it? And if so, why didn't we get it? So that goes on all the time. The ROTC thing, I thought.
Mr. Trey, can I just please interrupt just to respond to that too? Tonight I'll be giving a a presentation on the budget, on the updated budget. I've added to that, since we had the conversation about TIFs at community of the whole, I've added some slides on that I think will cover all of that information and to show you both the incremental tax, incremental EAV, all of that. I've done some calculations to share that with you. So I'll have that information when we get to that point. And then we could have discussion then about specific communities. But I have all those listed individually in that, so you'll be able to see that.
Okay,
and we can
good.
publish it. We can publish it as part of the budget presentation.
All right, great. And on the ROTC thing, I know it was my understanding that we couldn't get anybody to come in here and do it. None of the branches of the service were willing to do it unless we paid the whole bill. There wasn't it was a long discussion about paying half and half and getting an instructor in here. So I've always been an advocate for ROTC. I would very much love to see the program started here. And I think it's money well spent, so.
We actually had a letter at parent-teacher conferences from Ms. Trish that we will have a program starting next year. I believe, was it Navy? So there is at least one program starting shortly.
Yes, it was a letter. However, I don't think that we've communicated that enough. It's not right.
Just because there was a letter there when I picked up the report card. So
I would love to see that, seeing as
Shall we
I
from the
did a lot of work on that with the
It was.
national conference that
And-
day, and I know that we've been asking for it, and
For years.
I got all those people to come in, we talked, so I would really like to know what's going on, because
Well-
I knew it was near and dear to many hearts, so.
Well, I know that it was either late spring or early in the summer, we had a letter from a commander in the Navy that was given to the board that said that we are now going to receive. It's not actually a JROTC program, but it's the Naval National Cadet Corps program, which is what Mr. Toure referred to. It's the one where we're paying the costs of it. So we've been accepted. We've been in contact with the commander. The high school has done a site visit over to Bloom, and we're meeting with that organization, not Bloom, but the Navy. We're meeting with them on the 28th of November to start working on all the details. We have a list of possible candidates to interview for the instructor. We've located some rooms for certain storage and classroom space here at the high school. And then the next step will be the communication piece as we get closer to having students register for classes for next year.
Great.
I just have a question on that. What changed when it came to or comes to funding of the program? What changed? You saying we're going to absorb all of the funding of it?
There are two programs that are offered.
Okay.
One is the actual official JROTC program through whichever branch of the military that you apply to.
Mhm.
That one, they actually pay for some of the costs or most of the costs of the program. The other option is that it's called a national cadet corps program. Same curriculum. They still connect you with the instructor, so you still hire instructors, but you're paying the cost of the instructor, you're paying the cost of all the equipment, the uniforms, that sort of thing. So
Mhm.
it's still the same program, it's just that the district is absorbing the cost of the program as opposed to the branch of the military.
And it looks as if the district can absorb these costs on a sustainable basis as opposed to just 1 year, 2 years that we kind of project it out for, because we don't want something to come and start up. I agree with the program. I think it's something good for the kids and, with the discipline and all the other components that comes with it on a positive way. But if it's not sustainable, it does no one any good. So we see it as being financially sustainable.
Well, Mr. Sermon, I have started to have conversations about that. The thing that we have to keep in mind and we have to plan out is that as we shift students from other courses into this program, it's going to reduce enrollment in those courses. So somewhere we're going to have a shift in staffing in some way because the program qualifies for PE, so students don't actually have to be in a PE course. They may not take other elective courses during the day while they're taking this. So there's going to be some shifting. So we have to get a handle on what the costs of the uniforms, the shoes, the rifles, the flags, all of the things that go along with it. What's the cost of the instructor? That depends on the person. And then we have to, have the conversation about the sustainability of it for sure.
Excellent, because again, we don't want this to fail. Once we get it in gear and get it started, we don't want it to fail. So if we have to add and look for other contingencies, back pocket funding and things of that nature, just to keep it going if need be, well, let's do that. All right.
I think the initial conversations, when we talked about the possibility of funding it, and correct me if I'm wrong, was, kind of starting off small with maybe 20, 25 kids or so and building from that. And I'm with Mr. Brown. We want to make sure that it's sustainable. And not only that, this is probably one of the issues that I get asked about every single year. And it's been a long time coming. It's a lot of hard work, even before I sat on this board. I know you guys, did. And then when I got on, we took some, I remember me and Mr. Toure met with Robin Kelly trying to get the program when he first got on the board. And I know a lot of us have reached out even to people that we know in the military, trying to get this program, trying to get it, and then now we have it. So I think we do need to be mindful of the costs, but I do feel that it is money well worth spent. We have students that are going to go to college. We have students that are going to get a job. But we also have students who are going to want to go into the military, and what better way to help them and prepare them than a junior ROTC program. And also the fact that under our state ESSA plan, this will be helping to define our college readiness overlook, which is great. So I agree. Being mindful, but let's see where we can start.
Well,
And
the minimum is 50 students.
Is it
So we have
50?
to start with 50.
Okay.
Which is basically 2 sections, 2 classrooms.
Oh, maybe was it 225
Two
sessions?
classrooms of 25.
Okay.
And it doesn't matter what year, you can have a freshman with a senior, is that how that works?
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Trey, is that it? Okay, Cheryl, anything? Okay.
Mr. McLean, is there any way to check what's going on? It's blowing freezing cold air conditioning up here. Okay, thank you.
I wanted to say what a wonderful time I had at Mix It Up Day. I was able to attend 8th grade and 6th grade lunch at the middle school. I was here in the high school for 2 periods. And then I was blessed to be able to go and wipe noses and tie shoes for the kindergartners at Talala and eat lunch with them. It was wonderful seeing how different the mix-up activities are from kindergarten through 12th grade. So that was a wonderful experience. I really enjoy Mix It Up Day. I will be joining our Crete Monee High School Warrior Guard on January 15th at the Bulls game at the United Center for their MLK celebration. They were invited to dance and do their performance at the halftime show. So I will be sending board members the flyer for that if you'd like to join us. There are still tickets available. We have 2 teachers who are being recognized tonight at the Museum of Science and Industry. They have won the Lester Crown Distinguished Educator Award. So Miss Janine Bartosh and Mary Bragg are actually at the museum right now receiving their awards. So I wanted to congratulate them on that. And board members who are going to the III next month at our December meeting, please have like a little 5-minute review of what courses you went to, or if there was anything that stuck out in your mind that you want to bring back from the III to the board. I would appreciate it. Any other board updates?
Anybody else going on Friday? Am I
Going Friday.
You guys, okay.
Mhm.
For the pre-conference workshop.
Yep. Yeah, she is.
Is that why you were asking?
Okay, now, again, no need for a closed session at this time. We'll be doing it later in the agenda. District Affairs, Dr. Clark.
Thank you. This is September and October FOIA update. September 001, an Excel spreadsheet containing information for every teacher and staff member currently employed in CMSD 201U, campus name, position, grade taught, home address, personal work email, personal work phone number, gender, race, hire date, years of experience, salary. Requester, Jennifer Summers, Parent Foundation for Education. Field, October 4th, 2017, and only information pertaining to work was released, 8 hours to complete. October 001, all debt currently held by the district, payment structure, compensation provided to the superintendent employment contract, and minutes and agenda where the superintendent's contract was approved. Kirk Allen, American Watchdog, Inc., Field, October 20th, 2017, 30 minutes to complete as documentation had already been put together for a previous board presentation and board meeting. October 002, copy of the complaint filed by Teachers Union President Mary Bragg against Todd Hall, Karen Hobb, Field, October 17, 2017, 15 minutes. October 003, all contracts, change orders, invoices, payments to Crete Monee and Classroom Technologies, LLC, MV, HVAC, or any other entity owned and or operated by Milos Kliplick and or Michael Carmine, along with detailed description of work completed and records related to the bidding process for the associated work. Matt Bonneau request. Field October 23rd, 2017, 30 minutes to complete. There was nothing really there from those companies. October 004, name, title, direct phone number, and school district phone number for the person in charge of maintaining the facilities and grounds for all schools. Michael Timothy, National Association of Environmental Engineering Students. Field October 24, 2017, 15 minutes. October 005, resignation agreement between Superintendent Nathaniel Cunningham and CM Board of Education, Karen Hobb. Field October 26, 2017, 15 minutes. October 006, signed contract between CMSD 201U and National Investigations, Inc. James Young, Monee Township Trustee. Field October 31st, 2017, 25 minutes. October 007, Superintendent Cunningham's resignation agreement, including a complete schedule of salary and severance payments and benefits. Reverend Dr. James Hunt, Field 10/30/2017, 15 minutes to complete, as this was information already compiled for a previous meeting. October 008, evidence generated that leads school district administrators to believe that residency is a problem or has been a problem within CMSD 201U since the beginning of the 2017-2018 school year. James Young, Monee Township Trustee. Field October 31st, 2017, 35 minutes. October 009, number of students who Crete Monee School District 201U administration found to be living outside their school district boundaries since the beginning of the school year, August 2017, and the geographical areas these students were found to be residing. James Young, Monee Township Trustee. Field October 31st, 2017, 25 minutes. October 010, following information regarding your district's Director of Communications / Director of Community Relations / Communications Coordinator or comparable position, title of the position, job description for the position, salary of current employee in the position, and number of years this person has been in this position in your district, number of vacation days the person in this position currently receives in your district per year, other district provided benefits associated with this position, such as insurance, allowances, etc. Is this a 10-month position or a 12-month position? Does your district Board of Education pay or reimburse for all or a portion of continuing education classwork for employees in this position with a master's degree, APR, etc.? If so, please provide details. Is this position considered an administrative position in your district? The titles of other positions in your district that provide direct support for this position, such as assistants or secretary, etc. Is this person in this position part of the superintendent's leadership team / cabinet / etc.? Andrew Davison requested. Field November 2nd, 2017, 1 hour, 47 minutes. October 011, any and all records pertaining to the agreement, including the decision to enter into an agreement between the district and National Investigations, Inc. Any and all records pertaining to the district's verification and/or investigation of the residency of students, both before and after the district entered into an agreement with National Investigations, Inc. Any and all records in the custody or control of the district that would show the demographic information of the students and families in the district. I believe it is pronounced Bharati Pala, ACLU, American Civil Liberties Union of Illinois, and this is in progress. That completes my FOIA report for September and October.
Thank you. Curriculum. Laura, Illinois report card information, it's all yours.
Oh, my. We're required to make a board presentation or discuss the Illinois school report cards each year. This year, the 2017 report cards were released on Friday, November 3rd on the Illinois school report card site. The report card is very rich in information. As it stands this year, we have 5 categories of information. There's academic progress, district environment, students, teachers, and administrators. Those are the categories, and within each category, there are several indicators that have data. We also have some new indicators and new information for this year. The first is that we are reporting the SAT results for grade 11. This is the new grade 11 state assessment, and under ESSA, the state is required to now provide a grade 11 assessment that also addresses college and career readiness and also college entrance exam. So the SAT fulfills both of those requirements, and it will now be our new high school state assessment. So our 2017 results, we have no comparison since it was brand new. It's really our new baseline. You know, we had a very rich history with ACT, 20 years worth of data, and now we're starting over with the SAT. We also have a new metric that's reported this year on teacher evaluation, and that metric is reporting the percentage of teachers who receive a rating of either proficient or excellent in the evaluation process. Also new is demographic data on our district dropout rate, which our dropout rate is at 1%, so it's pretty low, but now additional information will be provided on the demographics of those students. Yes. Correct. And then the other new calculation, well, it's a new calculation for student mobility. So prior to this year, the way they were calculating mobility was counting students more than once. So the new calculation now has eliminated the duplicates, which has caused our mobility rate as well as the state, and I'm sure everybody across the state, that rate to drop. So now our rate has dropped by a third. So the other section of the school report card that's really nice is there is a school highlights section where principals can actually go in and provide information about their school. So it puts the data in a context, and that can be updated as things change. It's not, you know, you put it in once and it stays. It's a living, breathing thing. So they can go in at any time and update that information. We have communicated the release of the school report cards. First, it was posted to the district website. We've put it in our November newsletters. I'm sure you've gotten my phone calls via school messenger, letting people know that the report card is available. And then obviously tonight we're presenting to the Board of Education. As I said, the school report card site is interactive. It's information rich. I can't possibly capture everything that's on the school report card in a board report. There's graphs, charts, explanations. The reader is able to compare our data to state averages. They're able to look at data over time, whether it's 5 years, 10 years. You can compare our school and our district to other schools and districts across the state. And there's also a feature where people can go back and actually look at school report cards from years ago. So there's a lot of information there. What's in your packet is the district data I provided at the committee of the whole on 26 of the 38 indicators. So for our community members who pull our board packet, they're able at least to get a snapshot of some information. And then also what I put in the packet were slides that give screenshots of the website so people can get an idea of what it looks like. We're encouraging everybody to go on when you have some time and explore. Every time I go on, I find some new little piece of information that's interesting. So that concludes our report on the school report card.
Thank you. Five Essentials survey?
Well, as I was sitting here, I received an email that said that the 5 Essentials survey, the implementation date has been delayed. So we've been gearing up for this. All of the schools in Illinois are required once every 2 years to conduct a survey of teachers, parents, and students in grades 6 through 12. It can either be the 5 Essentials or something similar, but the 5 Essentials is provided to us. It's a survey that's out of the University of Chicago, and it contains, or it's looking at 5 indicators for school improvement, and those are effective leaders, collaborative teachers, involved families, supportive environment, and ambitious instruction. And the window was supposed to be starting tomorrow, November 15th through January 18th. They have not given us a new start date, so once we have that, we'll communicate it. But we will actually have, there will be 3 surveys available. So depending on which group you fall into, you will take that survey. Our teachers and our grade 6 through 12 students will do it at school. And parents can do it, outside at home on their phones. It's very convenient. It's an online survey. It takes about 30 minutes or less. And all of our schools have implementation plans to get people to participate. We'll get weekly updates on participation rates. So what we need to report to get the results is a 50% response rate from teachers, a 50% response rate from our grades 6 through 12 students, and then 20% of our parents.
What has our history been with that?
I'm sorry.
What has our history been with the responses?
We've actually met all of the requirements for all of those groups with the exception of the high school. The last time we gave it, which was 2 years ago, we got 19% of our parents to complete the survey. So we were 1% short of getting a report on parents. So we're going to work extra hard this year to make sure that our high school parents get that survey completed for us.
Okay.
And
parents can complete it for each school. If they have children in more than one school, they
Correct.
complete it for each school, correct?
Wherever a child is enrolled, they can complete that survey. And all they have to do is go to the website, click the tab that says parents, and the survey will pop up. So we will obviously keep the board and our community apprised of start date, participation rates. I know in the last time we did it, I gave you weekly updates how our participation rates were going. So once we have those dates, we'll get them out again and adjust our website and everything so that parents will know that it's ready to go.
Thank you.
Laura, I actually will be on a call tomorrow with the governor's office regarding some education things. One of the things I would like to hear from you in regards to this survey, which I know you're being talked about because it's the window supposedly starting, but not now. But as far as our district and the information that we've gained from the survey, how we've used it in any way, any feedback you have on it, and any thoughts regarding it?
I think, this is the 3rd time that we've given it because it's the first year of implementation was 2013. And I know the initial concern from districts outside of the city were that they were making comparisons of unlike schools, because what they'll do is they'll tell you whether in these areas that they're assessing these indicators, whether you're strong in that area, or you're weak in that area. So it gives you an idea of things to focus on. It's a lot of information that schools get, and sometimes you can get information overload. So I think our schools right now are probably in the beginning stages of really using this effectively. Some of it depends. It's hard to plan a course of action when you don't get a report. So if the parent component is missing and we don't have that information, it's hard to act on it. But I think for the other, mostly I think for our schools, having it, I know Balmoral has done some work on it. They've planned a lot around it. Our Title I schools use it as part of their needs assessment for their school-wide plans, so they have that information available. But what I like about it is the fact that it's only every 2 years. So by the time they get the information, they're not going to get this information now till really the spring. So it gives them a good year and a half to digest and create plans for it before it comes up again, which I think is much better than having to do something every year because you don't get time to react to the information. But I think that, it's a strong, this particular survey is very research-based. It's got some really good information, and I think having it available and having time to digest it, our schools can really do some good work with it, as long as we're getting the information we need from the groups of people that are the participating groups.
Do we have computers available in the buildings of the district office for parents that might not have internet access to complete the surveys?
The schools always have some sort of setup. You know, the thing,
And it's
I think the
communicated?
thing, going back to what Dr. Hall was saying, I think the thing that our schools right now are finding frustrating is we just missed a prime opportunity to get parents to take it because the window was not during our parent conferences. So now we've got a window that's covering all of, well, was intended to cover all of the holiday period, which isn't a time when we always have a lot of people in the building. So conferences was a prime opportunity. And, you know, when we do things like literacy nights and, you know, I'm sure we'll get people in on, you know, those types of events, but the window between mid-November to mid-January, we don't always have a lot of those events going on. So the timing of it, I think, could be a little bit better.
So I'm thinking even maybe possibly giving districts the opportunity to pick
A window.
their window or one of 3 windows or something like that.
Yeah, what's happening now is what they are doing is uploading information on your staff and your students from your student information system and from your employee information system. So what's causing the delay is that they got the information uploaded and then it wasn't all in the same format that they anticipated. So they're having technology issues, which I would think if they can work these glitches out, giving people districts a choice could be a good thing, but it could also cause them some more issues with technology. I don't know what that process is, but it would be nice to be able to say, hey, we're going to get most of our people to do this around this time, so let's do it now.
And in my opinion, I think we can even use it as a board, as a district, to look at what the feedback is and possibly use it to make decisions as necessary. But it's always nice to see where we are, or at least from the ones that fill it out, and get a perspective, particularly from our families and our students. I think would be a good tool.
And we do get like a district executive summary. So that would be something that the board could use.
Thank you. Business, adjusted fiscal year 18 budget.
I do have a presentation to prepare. I was going to project that. So if you'd like to have a seat in the audience, I also have some updated hard copies for everybody. So I printed those out so you can have those if you want to follow along too. Oh, that's all right. Don't worry. Oh, okay. Here, let me just throw this up here. Yeah, they can have one. It's all up there in public, so. Okay. Good evening, Board of Education, members of the public, community. This is a presentation that I also done during our Committee of the Whole. I've updated it, so there are a couple additional slides I put in here because of the conversation we had, thank you, the conversation we had about TIFs at Committee of the Whole and that Mr. Trey had brought up tonight. So I'm going to address that But let me start by going through, and if you have a copy of it, we have posted the updated one, the one that you have now that you're looking at, the hard copies are in the audience. We have posted this to Board Book, so it is up there for everyone to follow along or the review later. On the second page, you'll see just an introduction about how I've gotten to this, and some of the things that I've done about the budget, and what it includes, and what my plans are for the future. The board has adopted a budget for 2017-18. That was done in September, was mandated by the Illinois School Code, so that was done. And again, as I mentioned to the board all the way back in August, I wanted to do an account-by-account analysis of the budget in order to develop what I'm going to call an adjusted budget, and that's what you'll see here, to align all of our expenses and all of our revenues and my projections, at least as I look at the school year. The budget that was adopted were numbers that I received when I took over the position from Dr. Williams. So again, I wanted to go through my exercise that I do and do an account-by-account analysis. So when I developed this budget, and you'll see that at the bottom of page 2, I've met with our assistant soups, directors, department heads, principals, building administrators, really a lot of our individuals, just to kind of talk to them about what they had submitted in order for me to categorize them in the budget appropriately. And again, really do a zero-based budgeting where I really cleaned the entire slate of the budget and started to building the budget step by step, expense by expense, account by account, and that. So on page 3, you'll also see some definitions. I put this in there so there's a common understanding of what we're talking about, or some terms. And these are just some basic terms. I'm not going to go through them, but the ones I do want to go through are on the bottom of page 3, which is the tax levy, the tax extension, and the debt limit. Those 3 things. The tax levy is what will be happening and what the board will certify, and the amount of money that we are asking from the public, actually, in operating our district. The extension, though, really is calculated by the county clerk, and that determines the rate then. It doesn't necessarily mean that we are going to get all of the money from the tax levy. We won't do that because we're going to max out the levy. At least that's going to be my recommendation to the board. But we won't get all of that money. That's determined by EAV, tax caps, CPI, all of that. And we'll talk about that next month. And then the last one is going to be the debt limit. So you'll see our debt limit, or the debt limit is for a unit district, 13.8% of your EAV. So that changes on a yearly basis because your EAV changes on a yearly basis on that. But right now, and that is only the principal amount. It's not the entire debt service, because in your debt service, you also have interest, but your debt limit is only on the principal amount that is owed. Okay, so you'll see right now we have a bond principal of approximately $57 million. Now these numbers come from the end of the audit in 2016. We haven't finished our audit, so that number will be a little bit less this year because of paying down some more principal. And so our limit is about $77 million. So if the board wanted to, they could sell approximately $22 million in bonds if they wanted to do that. Okay, but that'll just kind of give you an idea. So let me go to page 4 and talk about, and I'm going to try and put this a little bit bigger. I can. And talk a little bit about the revenues and expenditures and that. So what you will see again in here is that I want to just kind of go through the columns. So the first column will give you kind of the category that I'm talking about. Revenues are on the top in blue here, and then on the bottom are all the expenditures. You'll also see a column for the 16-17 adopted budget and the 16-17 amended budget. Adopted budget was back in September of 16. The amended budget was approved by the board in June of 17. You'll also then see the 17-18 adopted budget. That was adopted in September of 17. And this is my adjusted budget. There is no action that has to be taken on that budget right now. So you don't have to do any action on that. However, we may use this as an amended budget in June that I may come to the board with. I'm not a fan, quite honestly, of amending budgets. I would rather not do that, but by the school code, there are times you have to do that. If your expenditures exceed your adopted budget, then you have to amend the budget. You're required by law. So that'll come to the board in June of 18 if we elect to do that. So, but this is the adjusted budget that I'm going to be going by and working in the district with. I think it more closely aligns with what I feel are going to be our projections. So again, let me look at the top here, and on this page and the next page will kind of go hand in hand in the presentation, but I'm going to go this first and then I'll go to the next page in that and kind of explain some things. So on the top here, you'll see some of our revenues and some of the adjustments I've made over here in the fifth column and what the variances are. So you'll see an adjustment I made in other local income where I reduced that with about $148,000. But again, from state sources, I've increased that by about 2.6 million based on the new funding formula. And also for federal sources, I've increased that a little, almost $900,000 based again on the federal sources and my research I've done. I'm going to explain that in detail a little bit more when I get to the next page of the presentation. So just bear with me on that. And then you'll see under the expenditures, where I've also made those adjustments and the type of adjustments, both in salaries and categories. I like presenting revenues and expenditures this way because it aligns with the Illinois accounting manual when you talk about salaries, benefits, purchase service, and all that. So this aligns with the accounting manual that the state puts out. And so that's why I like presenting this way. Question came up about other objects, and you'll see a big amount in there of 12 million. That does include our debt service. So our debt service of about $11.9 million this year is included in that number. And so that's why you'll see that little caveat there that I put in there just to explain that, because it's a big number and everybody goes, what's other objects? And the big one is your debt payment, okay? But what you'll see, the bottom line here is in the adopted budget, there was a deficit of 4.5 million. I am now projecting it to be a little over $2 million. So it's a reduction in that deficit of about $2.5 million. And then at the bottom of the page, you are going to see our fund balances and the adjustments I've made. Again, the four different types of budget that I've aligned. Along with our fund balance in our adopted budget was about 22 million. Now it's about $24.5 million. Okay. So that'll give you an idea of the revenues and expenses. But on the next page, I did want to detail for the board and the public some of the adjustments that I've made, either adjustments or additions to the budget that I have put in there, and for some of the programs that I've put in place. So you'll see under revenue where I've adjusted other local income, I've reduced the corporate property, personal property tax, replacement tax by about $300,000. That's about 30%. And that's happening statewide. That's not something that is just with us. All across the state, everybody's seen a reduction about 30%. So I've reduced that. I verified that number with the state and with all the research that I've done. So that'll be a realistic number. When we talk about revenue from the state, you're going to see a number of things up here. Some are based on our new funding formula, as Dr. Hall had talked about. You're going to see an area called Hold Harmless here, and that's part of the new state funding formula that talks about you're guaranteed to get this money based on what you received last year. So you're held harmless for that. They don't reduce that. It may go up, and for us, you'll see, again, about a $447,000 number that I put in there. That should be the additional number that we get when they determine our adequacy target. That's something that I've verified with the state. They haven't verified the exact number yet, but this is what they're predicting right now. And then you'll also see transportation reimbursement here that I've put in here, an additional $500,000 or $600,000 in addition. This is based on only 3 of the 4 payments. I've not put in there for full reimbursement for transportation as a categorical. I've only done 3 payments. So if I were to do a 4th payment and the state pays it, it could be an additional $800,000 that we could get from the state if they made their full funding and full reimbursement. In addition to. So what happens, we get in these categories in regular transportation, we will get approximately, I think it's $1.5 million total. And on the special ed side, we get reimbursed about 1.6 to 1.7 million. And that's divided into 4 different payments. So I've only have calculated 3 payments into this formula, and that's that additional money that is there. I have not included the 4th payment, which is about $800,000 total. No, it's just divided up. So you figure if you have, and again, these numbers are in addition to what was in the budget. Okay, so I've added these numbers in. However, but I still haven't added a 4th payment in yet. Okay, so there still could be, we could receive another $800,000. Now, I'm not planning on it from the state, but we could. All right, if they pay their categoricals. On the federal side, you'll see some addition here with our National School Lunch Reimbursement, also Title I funds, Title II funds, Title IV, and also IDEA funds. These are in addition to the amounts that were in the budget, in the adopted budget. I've researched, and these numbers are actual numbers, so we are getting an additional $350 in Title I funds. There is an additional, and besides this amount, there's an additional $300,000 that we'll be getting in IDEA funds that is a carryover amount. So those are amounts that are carried over from the previous year. So that's an additional $300,000 that I have not budgeted yet on that. So that number is for sure. Ellen is working on that, and so we're putting a plan together to spend that, because neither of us like, and I don't think the board does either, likes carryover money we don't use. That's like free money. So we're working on a plan to develop that and to spend that money. So there's an additional $300,000 that I still haven't included in here that is earmarked for special ed. Okay. On the expenditure side, these are expenditures that I have calculated into the new adjusted budget, and I'm just going to go through these to kind of explain some of these. You'll see under salaries, I've made an addition for 2 technology aides and 1 technology secretary. I've put funding in there for that, along with a maintenance person in building and grounds, a custodian in building and grounds, and I've also added additional funds for receiving responsibilities. I think one of the things that will help us in efficiency standpoint, especially in the summer, is bringing back some receiving personnel. One of the problems we have in the summer is supplies coming in to buildings. It sits there, nobody receives it, and then we don't pay the bill because we don't know it's there. So this would bring somebody, I put funding in here because we have an individual that, and I haven't talked to this individual yet, but there's an individual that is a 10-month employee. This would make them a 12-month employee then. And they would be as part of our receiving process. In the same light, I just met today, we just had a training with Skyward to get up and running the fixed asset module, which also ties into everything would be tracked in there. So we have another meeting on Thursday, so that's going very well. You'll see that I've added benefits for those additional salaries in there. Under purchase services, I've put the professional development for building administrators in there. That wasn't categorized before, so I've added that. That includes principals, assistant principals, and deans on the building level. I've put funding in there for development of a master plan, an assessment of our facility for preventative maintenance, life safety survey for Monee Elementary School. That should have been done last year. It wasn't, so we're going to take care of that this year. And also life safety survey for Crete Monee High School. That's required this year, so we'll take care of that this year also. We are upgrading the high school PA system here, and that'll be done over winter break. Just had a phone call on that. That will come in a hair under budget. So I'm happy with that one. And then also the auditorium lighting, I know that's in process. We're doing that right now because some of us didn't like the disco ball. I kind of did, but you know. So we're taking care of that, and that is being done. That'll come in under budget also. And then I also have added $20,000 for residency investigations. Under supplies and materials, you'll see I've made additions to books for school libraries. When I reviewed the budget and I did my zero-based budgeting, I noticed that there were some schools that had library books, some did not have library books. So I made it consistent across the board and added funding for all of our schools for library books. We now have a category for district events that falls under Dr. Clark's district affairs, where we will have a budgeted amount. The board will decide on what district events are, and then we can decide how the expenses are, and that way we can track all of our expenses in any of those district events. I've added some additional funding for PBIS supplies and training. Felt that was needed. They had requested going to some summer sessions for training some of our PBIS coaches in that, so there's funding in there for that. I've put some money in each of the buildings for principal funds that principals could use in case of emergency for a student, whatever that may be, as long as it's used for a student. Can't be used for anything else but for a student. So if a student needs a lunch or a student needs supplies and that, they have opportunity to use those funds for that. We have budgeted money for high school and middle school PE uniforms. That was an expenditure that was done before. It was put into another account, but we've got it in the right accounts now, so we're budgeting for that. I've also budgeted money for Special Olympics. This is something that has been taking place every year. There really wasn't a budget for it. However, I've established that because, again, that would be under the direction also of Robin Tobias as our athletic director, and so that's funds for uniforms and if they have to get any snacks for the kids, transportation, all of that. So they will be funded appropriately then also. Okay. As I go down, you'll also see under capital outlay, you'll see funding for a driver's education vehicle and a lawnmower for building and grounds. And then under non-capital equipment, upgrading of scanners and computers and monitors in our district office, along with our ID system, badge systems throughout the district. Those are going to be upgraded. And we're continuing to work on the two-way radio upgrade throughout the district also. So those are some of the things that we're doing. So those are things that I've added into the budget then. The next page, you're also going to see kind of a breakdown, some charts that I've put in here just to kind of give you an idea of revenue percentages, where they come from. And you'll see that the property taxes comprise 66% of the revenue, and then our state revenue is about 25%. Those are the two big areas that we get our revenue from and the support from the community. So we appreciate that. And then at the bottom, you're also going to see the tax levy and extension. Just kind of, if you'll see down here, the highlighted one would be the 2017. Again, this is just an estimate. It's not going to be the actual one, but it'll just kind of give you an idea of a preliminary levy that will be coming before the board next month in a presentation that I'll make about the levy. So that'll just kind of give you an idea. On the next page, we start talking about TIFs. So this is new, but again, based on some of our conversations. So I'm going to kind of go through this chart to hopefully explain a little bit what this all means. So you'll see the very first column are all the TIFs that we have. The district has 10 TIFs. And so what you'll see currently right now, there are 3 in Crete, 3 in Monee, and 4 in University Park. Okay? The initial EAV is the EAV that the TIF had when it started. So I'm going to go over here to this one Crete 2, and you'll see the base year was 1992, all the way in the second to last column. So this 3.9 million was the initial EAV when the TIF was started. The incremental EAV is the amount that the EAV has grown since 1992. The amount that it's grown, okay? Not the value that it is, the amount that it's grown, because you'll see skip a column, you'll see the total EAV of $7.1 million is the total EAV, okay? The TIF tax is the taxes that are realized on the incremental EAV, okay? So again, let me say that. The TIF tax is the tax on the incremental EAV. All right, I'm going to go in a little bit more detail of this because there's a couple slides I'm going to show you that you may not have, but there's a couple slides I'm going to show you. So, and again, the very final column is when the TIF expires. Now, TIFs normally last 23 years. However, they can be extended. They can be extended an additional 12 years. Okay? So that's why you'll see this TIF 2 actually has been extended to 2027. All right? Okay. So let me go to the next slide. The next slide then will show, and I've highlighted these two TIFs that one for sure I know is expiring. The second one I'm trying to get confirmation expiring. So again, you'll see Monee 2 TIF is dissolving. It's expiring. Expired in 16. It's already done. The village had voted on that, and it's already has been dissolved. So let me just run through the numbers here. The initial EAV when they started was almost $83,000. The incremental EAV, $10.8 million. So it's grown that much during the life of the TIF. The tax that is being generated on that 10.8 million is 1.5 million. The total EAV, 10.9, base year, expiration year. Now, we do not see this money, and this is the way TIFs work. The taxes we realize are based on the initial EAV. The TIF tax that is generated goes into a TIF account for that development, and then that money is spent on infrastructure within the TIF to build the TIF up. So that's the way it works. So the only money we realize, and again, I'll go into this a little bit more detail. I've got a couple slides of this. The only money the district realizes is based on this initial EAV. And so the concept is, well, the district really isn't losing any money because you're still getting the money from the initial EAV. And if I didn't have this TIF, there wouldn't be that increase in the EAV. And so they keep this money in order to invest into the TIF to make it better and to raise the values. And the one that is really mind-boggling when you look at this is this UP number 5. Take a look at this one. It started out at almost $900,000. Now it's worth over $71 million. Okay? That's the way a TIF should work. All right? And even up here with some of these numbers, that's the way a TIF should work. And that it increases. Now, the key to the school district now is knowing when these come off the books so I can capture that EAV as new construction in my levy. That's the key, is I want to capture that because I only get one shot to capture this. And that's when it comes off the books. And you have to capture it at that time or you lose it. No, these are coming off the books right now. They expired in 16. They vote on it at 17. And so then what will happen is that we'll capture it in our levy. Pardon me? The village will vote on a resolution to dissolve it. Yeah, they dissolved the TIF increment financing district. So what that means is that the village does not collect this money anymore. It would come then to all the taxing bodies. All right? Now, please understand also, we don't get all of this money. Okay, this is all the taxing bodies together. All right, so there's a part, and I've done some calculation in some future slides just to kind of give you an idea. All right, but again, it kind of gives you an idea of the money that is there. The other caveat with a TIF is the fact that this money goes into an account. And if they don't spend all of the money, go ahead, Mike. Yes. Sure. Sure. One of the things that should happen is the fact when these expire, they should send all the taxing bodies notification that they are expiring and they are dissolving, in case we have any objection to it. Now, we won't have any objection to it at all. I have not gotten any notification from on this one at all yet. I've placed one call. I have not gotten any response yet, so I'm going to continue to follow up on that. I've asked. I haven't talked to John Izzo specifically. John Izzo from Hauser Izzo is kind of an expert in this area, so I will work with him to see if I can't get in contact with them, he will try and get in contact with them. All right. What John has told me though is that municipalities, when they have a TIF, have to file yearly reports with the state on their TIFs. Crete has done that, Monee has done that, and John said in his research he cannot find that UP has done that. Okay? On any of them, he believes, yes. Okay? So, that I don't know. I don't know that. We'd have to ask our legal team, our legal counsel, what our recourse is. And Ray's sitting over. I don't know if there's any recourse on it. We're a taxing body and we're supposed to tax money. Well, I think the thing, Mr. Strait, one thing to understand is we're getting this tax money, okay? That's required by law. We're getting that tax money. However, the only thing we really don't know is if this is coming off the books yet or is being dissolved, and that's what I'm trying to find out, and John will try and find out too. Because if it is, we want to make sure we capture this. Now, my recommendation is going to be when we do the levy, if we don't know this, we're going to try and capture this anyway just to protect ourselves, to make sure that we're protected on that, okay? Is there any recourse? I don't know if there is. I haven't really heard of any recourse that we have, really. Now, the other issue becomes when this dissolves, is there money left in the TIF fund that is there? I don't know that because I haven't seen the paperwork on this. I do know when I got the Crete, when I got the Monee 2 paperwork, the resolution said there were no funds left in the TIF account. So it told you that right out. And most will not have funds, quite honestly, left and that in there. They'll spend them all. But I don't know about this one. Okay? That's a town, and we're a taxing body, and we don't have a recourse to find out what they're doing with the money. Right. If we're tied to that TIF, we don't know what's going on. I don't understand that. If you put a lien on the township, what do? You just say it's too bad, and we gotta follow the law of the school district. We talked about it constantly. Right. How do they get it? Well, again, right. You know, what I will do is I will work with I'll work with John, who's very familiar with this, and to see if we do have any recourse. I really don't know if we do. But again, my concern is finding out if this is coming off the books again, and is there any money left in the TIF account? So that plus that 71 million is a huge amount of money. That's just a half a dozen years. Oh, sure. It is. Yeah. Yeah. Right. We don't have recourse. We're going to throw a portion Well, and that's why, again, right. And that's why it's important, and quite honestly, is for me to be on top of it. I'm just going to be that's my role, is for me to be on top of it, to make sure that knowing when these come off the books and to capitalize then on that extra EAV that's coming.
Because you can't do it.
Yeah.
You can be very nice and ask, where's this money and what's going on? You can't file, you can't do anything. These guys can do something, hopefully. If they can't, then the taxpayer needs to know.
Okay. Well, what I'll do is I will have a conversation with John, who I've already had some preliminary conversation with. I'll find out what our recourse is, and I can let the board and the public know that. And I'll make sure I have that. Yeah.
Because just saying there's nothing we can do about it. I didn't say there was nothing. I said I'm not aware of anything.
Yeah.
We'll find out.
Right.
So just when you talk about the TIP fund, if there's any money left, that would be in TIP tax.
Yes.
Collected has not been spent on structure improvements.
Exactly.
In the total EAV, when that expires, then that's the assessment, equalized assessed valuation on which tax would be calculated.
Yes.
So it's not like this is going to be $71 million sitting out there that we're going to share.
No.
It's going to be the value of which is taxed.
Right.
So there's some benefit would be accruing to us in 2023, but
Right.
it's not a pot of money of $71 million.
No, it's actually, and Nelson, it's actually this amount. So this amount is calculated on the total tax rate of all the municipalities. The tax rate is about 15.28. I might be off a decimal or so, but it's about 15.28. Our tax rate on that is about 8.6. Okay, so if you look at this amount, and this really isn't brain surgery, but if you kind of look at this amount, whatever that percentage is, that's what we would get. Now, again, I've done some preliminary calculations that you'll see in some future slides about the amount of money we're talking about. Okay? Okay? So let me also then, I'm going to talk about, and the reason I picked Monee 4, because it was just easy for me to do some calculations on, quite honestly. All right? So I'm going to go into detail and show you this. There's a couple slides in here that you don't have because they build up to kind of the one you have. So I'm just going to kind of chart this. This is a chart I've put together, and what you'll see, and this is for, did I say Crete tip? I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one here. Yeah, I highlighted the wrong one. I think I'm going to do Crete, the Crete tip. So the Crete TIF, if I could speak properly, expires in 2029, I believe. I think it was started in 06, and then you're going to see some incremental amounts here. So, Monee is? Then I have my title wrong, and I apologize for that. Okay. So here is. Let me try and get this one thing out of the way here. There we go. That should go out of the way now. Hopefully. There it goes. Okay. So this is the base EAV in every year. 491,161. Okay. So that's the base that is established. That's the tax money that we receive. We receive the tax money on that EAV. Now, this next slide that I'm showing you is I've added in the orange bars now are the increment EAV. And in this year, 2016, the increment EAV was 6.3, almost $6.4 million. All right? Please know that this amount is not a total of all these, it's just this one year. So you'll see back in 13 and 14, before the recession hit, it was higher. And then kind of recession hit, it went down again, and now it's about average. Now it might be going up a little bit. But our base still stays the same down here, but this increment changes on a yearly basis. Okay? So the next one here, you're going to see a slide. I'm going to just kind of give me 1 second as I kind of move this over just a little bit. Maybe not. I get challenged. There we go. So you're going to see here on the incremental value, the property taxes generated on an incremental value is $975,167. The property taxes on the base CAV are $74,000, almost $75,000. Okay? So again, however, this amount is all the municipalities. It's not our amount. It's all the municipalities that we have at what I mentioned, that 15.2 something rate. The next slide, which is the one I believe you have this slide, is, and I'm just going to move this over a little bit so we have the whole view of that. Okay? Is our portion of taxes that we would receive from the increment value if that were to dissolve, and we captured that. All right? So you'll see here of that 975,000, I put a question mark here because I just calculated this real quick. It's not an exact science, but it's pretty close. We would get $555,000. We lose that. We're losing that. $500,000. Yep. Okay. And again, down here at the bottom, you'll see of that $74,000 that is being generated in taxes, we're receiving about $42,000. Okay. So again, significant amount of money in that. Okay. So again, just to refresh, when we talked back here of an incremental value, again, up on the top here of $6.3 million, when you go and look at the two that I believe are going to expire, you add the two of these together and you're at about $16 million. It's even more money. So we want to make sure that we capture that so we don't lose it. All right? So it could be, I don't know, $700,000, $800,000 on that. But I'll have it when I come to the board next month with the levy presentation, I'll have some more exact numbers for you so you can see that. But again, my thought is, and I'm not saying this just to be nice, this is the way a TIF should work because it increases that EAV. Okay? And so kudos to them for increasing that EAV. That's the way it should work. And that's what it's designed to do. Okay? On the expenditure side, I just have some charts here on the expenditure side. Again, where we spend, as I'm sure you're very well aware, between salaries and benefits is 58%. And then if you add in our other objects, which is mostly our debt payment, which is 16%, you see most of our money is in those areas. Again, we're people service operations, so it would be there. At the bottom, you're going to see our debt service. If you remember, I talked about our debt limit. This is our debt service, which includes our principal and interest. It's not just our principal, it's our interest. And these are the payments that we have right now. So you'll see at the bottom here, it goes out to about 2027, then it really drops off there. So there's some advantage that we have over here with not having any debt, but it just kind of gives you an idea of our debt structure that we have right now. Starting on page 8 of the report is life safety issues that we have. One of the recommendations from Mr. Brown was to kind of look at this in detail because it is an important area it's familiar with. So I've gone in and you'll see the detail of this. I know this is hard to read down at the bottom, but the report is online. But it goes through in detail all the different life safety issues that are there that have been recommended for completion, along with the completion dates and the estimated amounts that those would cost. The one thing that I've seen as a consistent theme throughout some of these life safety is the internal plumbing and piping that we have in a lot of our buildings needs to be replaced. It's a big ticket item, but there are some things in there that that are alarming and are in need to be done. We'll be capturing a lot of those in the plan that we begin developing to present to the board, hopefully in the spring, about our facilities and that. You'll also see up on top here The Monee Elementary School is blank because we're hitting that this year, and along with the high school, we'll be doing a life safety survey also for that, and so that will be touched on once and added to this once we have it completed. And then the final thing, the last page, page 12, will give you an idea, a lot of the goals that I have within my department and some of the work that I'm doing with various areas. So you will see that. My goal once the new year hits, and when I say new year, I'm talking about January, is to begin developing the 18-19 budget and also a 5-year projection on our financial situation. So that is going to be my goal, so that when I present that to the board and get that to them as early as possibly March, I would get them next year's budget already, so that you can start seeing that, and then I can project out also from there. So that's going to be my goal. We are doing some efficiencies within the department. We've started working on a lot of those things already in order, and also you'll see at the bottom some planning in that we're going to be doing also. Okay? Any questions at all? Okay, thank you. I appreciate your time. I appreciate your patience with it too. All right, thank you.
Control with those bun cakes. We should try to put those out.
Thank you, Ken.
Well, the next thing is an action.
Questions? Okay, can I get a motion to approve?
I'm sorry, real quick. Ken, can you just clarify the committee as a whole? I believe it was a comment. I know it was a comment, but I'm not sure who actually made it, regarding the board can actually stop a TIF. I believe that's how it was phrased. Could you explain that?
Sure. It has to do with the extension in that. When the TIF is originated at the 23 years, the and Ray, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this thing. I know you will. When it originates, it's a decision of the village, and the school district or all the taxing bodies can have input into that, but it's still the village decision. Okay. However, if they request an extension, a 12-year extension, then the school district does have to give their approval to the state legislature in the form of a written approval that they approve for that to be extended.
And if the board decide not to give their approval for that extension on any particular TIF, what are the consequences?
I believe the TIF cannot take place. The TIF cannot be extended.
Williams were going to Monee all the time because they were trying to stop one or something. They were looking for, or to blend two of them or something.
Okay.
And so
trying to
Dr.
redraw
Cunningham and
the
Dr.
tip.
Williams were going, they weren't like notifying him in a timely fashion, so they were constantly watching and they were going, and I don't know whatever happened. It didn't blend, right? And we were the only ones showing up. Nobody else was showing
Sure.
up yet.
Sure.
So I have a question for clarity with that, Ray. For clarity, so there's how many taxing bodies?
I don't know, 5, 6, 7, it all depends how many taxing
Okay.
bodies. Yeah, 5, 6. Yeah.
So for
Forest
clarity,
preserves.
are you stating if the school district, let's say the district is the only one that's opposing an extension, or I think in Monee's case, I think it was a redrawing of the TIF boundaries or something like that.
Restructure.
You're saying that that cannot happen if the district opposes. Mm-hmm. Because my understanding is that basically, and we can look into it, the legislation wanted to hear from the taxing bodies prior to the moving forward of it. I did not know that they would then say, well, you didn't get all of them, you cannot extend the TIF. So I do think that's something we need to be clear on what that law is. The way it was explained to me by the legislators was this is kind of like a gatekeeping that was put in place. So you just don't say, we're going to extend. They want to get input from the taxing bodies that would be affected by the extension of the TIF. So I think we just need some clarity on the law with that.
And I guess, Ken, one other question I have, if a village or municipality or what have you come to the school board and want our approval on the extension of a TIF, why would the school board or district want to approve a TIF, I guess? What are the pros and cons?
Sure. I know that in my discussions with John Izzo, his recommendation to the board would probably be, let's negotiate to see if there's anything that the board or the district would be able to receive in funding, possibly, if that TIF was approved, because you do have some negotiating leverage at that point, quite honestly. Why you would extend it, I would just, I guess off the top of my head, I would just say that if the district was on good financial ground and hefty fund balances, operating surpluses, you may want to go ahead and approve it. But again, my recommendation would be, let's negotiate. Let's talk about that.
Okay, I would just like, and this is down the road, maybe you can just kind of guide us.
Sure.
Maybe with some document or where we can potentially maybe put it in our policy under the financial section, the recommendation from our financial liaison, so to
Sure.
speak. These are the things, if you're going to approve an extension of a TIF, let's see what we can do, what's in it for us, because I think we just approved the extension of a TIF with
Okay.
not too long ago. Maybe, I'm not sure. If
I
it was
wasn't here at the
before you,
time,
maybe
but
it was
yeah.
right before you
Yeah.
came, and I don't think we had any. At least we didn't position ourselves to have any leverage, because I don't think as a whole the school board members maybe not understanding
Sure.
the whole process when it comes to
Right.
our leverage
Right.
in that respect. So I think
Right.
that was an opportunity for us to gain some leverage. And
I
we
agree,
did,
and I think we can work in
Right.
partnership with them too.
Okay.
In that. But again, what I'll do is I'm going to use this document now as our foundation, so we can follow along, and I can keep the board updated
Sure.
as we go, so you can see where we're at. The other thing I will tell the community, the Will County clerk publishes all the TIFs So there's a website out there that they can go to. I can get that website and we can publish it. So they can actually see on a year-by-year basis what those numbers are that I showed, the incremental TIFs and the taxes and all that. It also has the taxing bodies on there. So you'd be able to see that. And again, as Dr. Hall mentioned, I can kind of let you know how many taxing bodies there are and all of that too.
Okay.
Yep.
Because I know, again, our school district, when it comes to TIF, we are, I don't know how many school districts are in the county of Will, but we absorb a lot, just our district of the TIF. And I believe University Park has the biggest TIF area in the in the state of Illinois. So being said, there are some things going on with the TIFs over in that area. And Monee, is a lot of things going on with the movement of the TIFs in Monee.
Right.
So I really appreciate you, how you broke it down.
Thank you.
And I hope, every board member have a good feel of what TIFs are.
Right.
Okay. And lastly, I do highly commend you on bringing the life safety issues back,
Sure.
where all the board members can understand what's going on. I believe he said we had a $20 million of power and power when it comes to, if the need presents itself. So again, no one wants to hear about borrowing money.
Right.
But I do want, as you go forward with your forecasting, things of that nature, that you take into effect our financial profile.
Sure.
Okay.
Yep.
Really keep your eyes on the fund balance.
Mhm.
Keep your eyes on, I don't think it's too much we can do. We've been operating in a deficit budget, I believe, since 2011, the last time we had a balanced budget, and I don't see ourselves anytime soon obtaining a balanced budget, but at least maybe have that in some type of action plan that we want to get there.
I agree with
within
you.
your 5-year
I agree with you.
forecast.
I agree with you 100% on
Okay,
that.
so we got to have a goal.
Right.
We can't keep operating in a deficit budget
Right.
without at least having an end,
Mhm.
an end towards the process.
Yeah, there's two things I'm going to be working on. One is, as you saw, a lot of the planning, but there's also that financial piece.
Okay.
And so I'll be working with PMA to put together some financial forecasting.
Okay.
And even from a borrowing standpoint, because, we don't have $22 million. I
Yes.
mean, quite honestly. So
That's
we have to
correct.
put a plan together of how we're going to do it, because we do have to solve those issues in the school, plus some other things that we need to take care of in some of our schools.
Okay.
I don't like the fact that we have schools that are un-air conditioned,
Right.
and so HVAC, roofs, all those type of things.
And I think we
So-
captured that not as a life safety
Right, you're
component, but
exactly
more
right.
as a facility.
You're exactly right. And that's something
action
that I'm
item.
working on right now. So I'm hoping to have a plan by the spring.
That's
So
good.
we can forecast that and have it all planned out.
Excellent. We do have challenges when it
Yes,
comes to
very
that,
much.
and
Can I add
What-
something to that conversation? The question about when would a district agree? This actually came up a lot with the equitable school funding issue. As most of you know, the governor was trying to actually make that a part of the school funding formula, and which would have really hurt heavily TIFed districts. So the amounts that we're seeing here basically would have been accounted for
Right.
as we actually have this money. And the conversation revolved around, you have a situation where you have a village who has a responsibility for funding to a certain degree its schools, but at the same time, bringing in jobs and revenue. So that was something I know that I pressed. You shouldn't put districts, because I remember being in one of the hearings where one of the legislators actually asked us, would you support your village having TIFs, or would you support, this side? And it's not, something to make a decision on that. You wouldn't want to put your village in a situation where they have to decide, okay, do we want to fund the schools or do we want to bring in revenue? Because the revenue can actually create jobs for your families. And so I think part of that was because, there was some ill feeling towards Chicago and how Chicago does their TIFs. Yes, so, but, why punish the rest of the state because you don't like how Chicago's doing it? You feel like they're hiding money in their TIF. So I think there is some benefit, maybe not immediately or directly to us as far as money coming into our accounts. However, it does benefit our families at times to bring in incentives that will create jobs in the area. So I just wanted to add that.
I think if I remember correctly, when TIFs first came, because I'm old as dinosaurs, it was supposed to be for blighted areas. Taxing, is that correct? It was supposed to be for blighted areas to build these areas up. And the partnership with the schools and the other taxing bodies was what Dr. Hall is talking about. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. We're going to bring in jobs, and jobs is going to bring in people, and people is going to build houses, and we're going to add to the revenue. So in order to fix these blighted areas and bring in these people, we need your help. So these TIFs, the 25 years I've been coming to these meetings, they seem to always get extended for that 12 years because it's a partnership. We're bringing in, look at the factories we brought in, look at the people we're bringing in. So, it's kind of a double-edged sword. And I just wanted to say that is my understanding of how they started to fix these blighted areas. Now, are they blighted areas? That's a subject to interpretation, but yeah, I think it's real low. Yeah.
So, just one more.
Couple of comments, or go ahead.
Oh, just real quick. Also, at our committee as a whole, and I guess this is the right time to say this because we're talking about the budget, and there's some, I guess, and I'm glad our council is here, and I did not know that. You brought it to our attention at the committee as a whole, and that being that we actually have 2 architect firms at this point. So
We do.
Dr. Ho was like, what?
Yeah. What?
So
For the purpose of?
Well, we never officially, according to Ken, cut ties with Healy and Bender.
Right.
And there was supposed to have been a formal process to make that happen. So again, we had Healy and Bender. We had a bidding process, or I don't want to say a bidding process. Interviews to really move forward with the construction of the middle school project, and they were not selected. So we thought that the only architect firm that we had was DLA, but only to my surprise to hear the other day that we had both.
We do.
So do we continue down that path, which is not feasible nor wise? Or how do we cut ties? I think actually that can be an action item, something tonight, but I think we need to
Was
cut
the
ties.
DLA just for the middle school, correct?
My thought was at that point that the board was moving forward with DLA to provide us with all the necessary needs for architect responsibility.
What I began looking at all the contracts and all the expenses and looking to reconcile this. I know Ray and I have been working on this to try and reconcile that and to see what the actual contracts say. Is it that they have been hired to be the architect of record for the district or just the middle school? Besides that point, there was never written termination given to Healy Bender per their contract. Per their contract to terminate, you have to give written notification, and that was never done. And that the same thing in DLA's contract, I believe there's a written termination that has to take place.
Did Healy and Bender come and let us know about that, or did we catch that?
No.
Did they come back and look to say, hey, you know what? I'm still employed with you guys.
Here's what I will tell you in full transparency, in that I've worked with Healy Bender in the past, and when they heard that I was appointed here by the board,
Thank you, thank you.
they had mentioned to me that they were never terminated. I looked into that. There was never any written termination given in that. It's not uncommon for districts to have two architects, quite honestly. Sometimes you have architects that will handle a certain level of project, and some will handle just other projects. We did the same thing at Hinsdale, quite honestly, where I came from. Healy Bender was the architect of record, and we hired, went into contract with Cordigan and Clark to do the building of the new middle school.
Okay.
So it's not uncommon to do that.
Okay.
And that.
But I guess, again, moving forward, the board is going to have to make a decision which way we want to go.
Right. I agree with that. I agree with that. Yes.
Okay.
So
thank
my
you.
understanding with Healy Bender was they were brought on originally for the high school and Monee project, correct? Yes.
Before our time, yeah.
And I think as time went on, they just did, I know
Other
they,
projects, other projects.
they
in that.
did some stuff here in the high school, I think, still later on. And so my understanding was they were hired for this project only.
They've also done some life safety projects that you've had.
They
I
did our
believe.
Yeah.
2013 life safety
Right.
survey, and then kind of,
And I think they did
whatever.
a facility master plan.
they did that, and
and
we probably expended quite a bit.
Yeah.
250,000 plus.
But my question would be if they felt that they were still on retainer or whatever, they applied for the middle school position. So why not speak up then and say, well, we're the resident architectural firm.
Again, it's not uncommon to do that, to have two separate architects. Again, in my previous district, we had that. We had, Healy Bender as the architect of record for the district that did all of our life safety, all of our, let's say, just say summer capital projects. They organized a lot of those. But the board wanted to bring in another architect to do a design for a new middle school.
That's
And
correct.
so they had I don't want to say competition, but they had a selection process that they went through. Healy Bender decided not to apply for it in my previous district.
So so they contacted you just because they heard you were here.
I have
I'm
a
just
relationship.
wondering
I've worked
why.
with Healy Bender in my previous two districts.
Okay.
As architect of record. It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
We have, not to my knowledge, have not started having conversations about any additional construction projects. So I was just wondering, did they just out the blue contact you or?
Yes. Because again, I had a previous relationship with them at my previous two districts and that. And even when I was appointed here, I still was in meetings with Healy Bender, on facility meetings that we had in my previous district. And so they had mentioned that they were never terminated. When I took over here, I looked into that to see if they ever were, and they never were. There's no written, and that's according to their contract, there should be.
Oh, I would like to see the contracts. I
Sure.
think the board should see the contracts.
Okay.
Also, again, they didn't mention that before. And I think the reason that we went with another contractor is at the time, the majority of the board just felt they wanted to move in a different direction when it came to architecture. Can you remember specifically what was it?
Well, yeah, and again, there was no smoking gun. There was a lot of conversation about some of the performance that Healy had did, before my time, maybe before yours, and again, I think the driving, when I think they had the opportunity to present. Did they not present? They presented. They made and as a matter of fact, they did a presentation right here in Opens at a regular board meeting, and at least the consensus or the pleasure of the board thought that they did not perform well. And then it was something, the interview was that's correct. And, you know, it was about maybe 4 or 5 firms that presented to us. And they were not selected out of that 4 or 5 for the middle school, And, you know, there was not much more conversation after the firm that was selected to move forward with the middle school. There was not much more, to my recollection, conversation to rid ourselves of Healy Bender. So I thought it was just kind of by default.
I think this is something that we'll need to look into.
Yeah, so we need to look at that. So, and again, as I said,
this
you know, if you had a
discussion
good
on another day.
relationship with them, and you should have a good relationship, and we should value that. And, you know, that's and bring back to the table, whatever.
Sure.
Okay.
Great.
Mr. Nelson.
No, I just, a couple of things that came up in that conversation. One was about the amendment to the Crete TIF district. I think that if you go back to the May committee of the whole, you'll see it was just an amendment to the boundary, wasn't an extension. So I don't think there was anything for us
Okay.
to vote on. And the second question I had was.
Sorry, so it did say, I'm sorry, just one clarification of that, Mr. Albright. TIF 3. So at some point, I'm sorry, TIF 2. Crete. So both of those are 35 years. So they asked for extension at some point at those.
The
at 2 and 3.
presentation that
So I'm
Dr.
just
Williams
trying to-
gave us was a joint review board, TIF District Number 2, proposed First Amendment, which just expanded the boundary. That's all it
Okay.
did.
So at some point it got extended. So you're saying it wasn't extended there?
It wasn't extended there.
Okay, so, okay. Understood.
Then the second question I had was just on the TIF presentation. You talked about the University Park had failed to provide disclosure. So is there anything, is it just a matter of not getting the proper disclosure? How do we know these numbers for UP 3, 4, 5, and 6 are accurate?
These numbers.
What are we missing here? Where's the gap that we could suffer from?
The numbers that are here are official numbers that are posted on the Will County website.
Okay.
So these are the actual numbers that I took in that. The notification process really is, and I'll just refer to TIF 2. So I received notification from the attorney for the Village of Monee that TIF was dissolving, and there was a resolution that was attached to that that went through just the specifics of it, that it was being dissolved. It also stated in there, as I stated before, that there were no funds in the TIF account for distribution to the taxing bodies. So that's really a notification that we would get. I'm assuming, I don't know, and Ray, I'll turn to you. I don't think we didn't need to do anything with that. They were just giving us proper notification of that. No. Right. So, they're giving us that official notification, so now we know that we can levy for it. And that,
But I guess my question is, hasn't been any harm done to the district yet?
not at this point, no,
Okay.
there's not.
Okay, that answers my question.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Dr. Clark?
A, Superintendent, number 1, regular meeting minutes of October 17th, 2017. 2, regular meeting closed session minutes of October 17th, 2017. 3, special meeting minutes of October 19th, 2017. 4, special meeting closed session minutes of October 19th, 2017. 5, special meeting minutes of November 1st, 2017. 6, special meeting closed session minutes of November 1st, 2017. 7, committee of the whole meeting minutes of November 7th, 2017. 8, committee of the whole closed session meeting minutes of November 7th, 2017. B, business, number 1, approve accounts payable agenda of bills. 2, approve payroll. 3, approve treasurer's report. C, curriculum. 1, approve CMHS show choir performance trip consent. D, donations.
I have a couple of questions. For the insurance that's provided for the show choir trip for the tour company, does that cover the hotels as well? Because I know we had made other coaches or sponsors also get proof of insurance for the hotels when they had overnight trips.
I believe the tour company handles everything. It's like Washington DC.
But we required before, am I correct, Laura, where different people had to actually get the insurance, proof of insurance from the actual hotels being stayed in?
Well, as Mrs. Gasparo said, this is through a company, like when we go to Washington DC, it's through the same type of thing. So
World Strides.
Yeah, World Strides.
So are we making exceptions to what the board is requiring if you're using a company? And if so, we need to indicate that in our policy.
Oftentimes, they don't even know the hotel until later after we've approved the actual trip. You're contracting with the tour company. You're not contracting with the individual hotels. So the
I
tour
understand
company
that,
is
but what I'm saying
responsible.
is the precedence has been,
I don't remember
this has
getting
had to be-
individual hotel
it was,
certificates of insurance. I don't remember that.
Laura, do you recall that?
No, I mean,
We need to pull it up then, because I know for a fact that they had to be submitted. I've seen them.
Can you give us a time frame so we will know where we're looking?
I know that the wrestling coach provided hotels. When we did the overnight Kids in the Hall trip, we had to provide the hotel. We were chasing down getting that information.
But were
So
those
we
through
need to
tour
make
companies
sure.
or were those individual trips?
No, it wasn't.
that-
So that's what I'm saying. Are we saying that if it's through a tour company, you don't have to do it? Because that's not indicated in the requirement. So we cannot do things differently if it has not been outlined in that manner.
I believe it was with whoever we're contract. I mean, we talked about this. We're not paying the hotel individually. We're paying the tour company, and the tour company then is responsible for the trip.
We need to revisit the wording of the requirement, because I know for a fact that hotel insurance has been submitted. And people were told they had to. So if we go pull the applications for these overnight trips, it'll be right there.
We will look into that and then get back with you in the FYI.
But for this agenda item, is the pleasure of the board to move forward? And if you don't agree with it, vote no, or do we want to pull this agenda item?
When is the trip?
It's in March.
The trip's in March.
I'm personally comfortable as long as the tour operator, who's the one that we're paying, has a certificate of insurance. I mean, that would be like we would have to go to every single place that they're going to and try to get a certificate of insurance. Every stop that they make.
And I'm okay with that, but what I'm saying is it has not been outlined in that manner. And we can't tell one group this is required and then this one, no, it's not required because you have contracted with a tour company. It's not outlined that way. I personally don't, you guys have heard me speak out about it. I don't like it, period, because I feel like, we're a school district that has, athletic programs and, extracurricular programs, and we know how to choose, events or places to stay that
I
would
agree.
normally have insurance or whatever, but the pleasure of the board,
I
was
agree
to
with you.
produce these certificates of insurance. It has been required in the past for coaches or whoever to provide a copy of the insurance for the actual hotel where they're staying for overnight. And like I said, we can pull those packets because they're in there. And I know Dr. Harden had to do it for Kids in the Hall when we went overnight, as well as wrestling. I don't know if anybody else, if they did, or I personally know of those two situations.
Laura, any comments?
Well, as I think back about this over many years that we've been doing this, and I just pulled up the board policy on overnight field trips. There's nothing in the policy that says anything about providing insurance. The way that it's evolved is that on the application that we have been using for many years, there originally was a spot that said certificate of insurance provided, and it was a checkbox that the applicant would fill out. And over the course of time, it's evolved to where we have put, the name of the carrier and is the certificate attached. So, as far as, I guess, any kind of formal written policy or procedure, I don't see it anywhere. And I know this was something that we were going to have a conversation about, because the example was, if I take students on a trip downstate for athletics or extracurricular activity, and instead of coming back and getting back in the middle of the night, I decide to stay at a hotel, now I need a certificate of insurance. Whereas if I just put them back on the bus and drove through till 4 in the morning and brought them back, I wouldn't, which seems kind of, there's something not right there. So I think it's worthy of a conversation to actually get it figured out. But I don't know. I do recall with the wrestling trips last year, the original applications that were brought to me had certificates from hotels. We sent them back and said we need certificates of insurance from the person that is sponsoring the wrestling tournament, not from the hotel.
No, they still had the hotel ones. It was a whole big to-do about it. And I have a problem with the whole process, period, because it's draining. Trying to hunt down insurance,
I
proof of
agree.
insurance. Even the event the Kids in the Hall went to, the Paul Simon Institute, we literally had to hunt down Southern Illinois University to ask for a copy of their insurance, who were like, we don't do that. We don't give that out. So I understand, the thought behind it. We want to make sure that, our students are safe, our staff is safe. However, I feel like the amount of energy that goes behind it, and talking with other districts, they don't require it. It's a matter of, is it worth all that our coaches and sponsors have to go through to require this? And I know, I remember being the only voice on the board that felt it wasn't, so all I'm saying is, if we're going to say it, it needs to be the same for everybody, or if there's going to be a distinction, that needs to be clarified.
Again, we're talking about liability, and I think this is the opportunity to nip it in the bud once and for all, that we probably need our counsel to say, this is what you need, this is what you do not need when we're talking about the liability. Because I'm looking at the certificate of insurance on page 143, and I'm not sure who this person is. It says the certificate holder, this attention Holly, how we pronounce her name, cool. You see on page 143. Is that an employee of ours? At least it's showing 143 on mine. Yeah, at the bottom. Yeah, the certificate, the actual certificate.
Oh, they're sending it to us. They're sending it to Holly.
But that's okay. Okay, but I thought not sending us a certificate, we were going to be added as an additional insured. I thought that was the process. not sending us, because it defeats the purpose that we go on these events, and there's a component and there's a reason behind us being added as additional insured, which only takes the insurance company probably 10 minutes to send out if you know the right person to
It
go
says
after.
right on their trip dates, March 15th to 18th, Crete Monee High School is an additional insured with respect to the general liability coverage, only as required by written contracts.
Is it actually showing us another certificate? Is-
It's
on
in the
this-
description
where?
right here in the
Where?
box. In the box above the certificate name holder.
How about if we do this?
And there
Why
is
don't-
language, because I thought we outlined, if I'm correct, how much it had to be. And so wherever that is, that conversation, the minutes from that, I don't think that we officially created a policy around it. But I thought there was even specifics regarding how much.
I'm sorry,
That's
where is
somewhere.
it actually saying we are additional insured?
How about if we look at we'll take a look at some procedures. The administration will take a look at some procedures that we can implement when it comes to certificates of insurance. You know, again, what I've done in the past is really, if we have a vendor, like in this case, we would have a vendor, we would have their certificate of insurance, things like trips and things like that, or interscholastic trips with the hotel. I've never gotten certificates of insurance on that. So why don't we develop some procedures? We can bring that back to the board.
We need a board policy.
Yeah, I mean, it's saying we are the certificate holder. I'm a little confused
Right.
on that. That's, I've never seen it like that. We self-insured.
Right, and that's.
That's why I'm saying we shouldn't be a holder.
That's why I
Right.
think it's just so redundant.
That's correct. But there's one little caveat when it comes to us being listed as additional insured on someone else's policy. You don't have to answer that, but there is something that, even though we are insured, okay. So I agree, but again, it goes back to why do one want themselves to be listed as additional insured? And that's the question. And you'll get an answer from that part. And the reason why people do that, okay? Okay, I'm good.
And one more thing, on page 43 of the minutes. Page 43, November 1st. Under the interim superintendent plans discussion, I noticed that the two scenarios that were given were outlined. I think it's equally important to outline the scenarios that were given under the approval, where am I at? The approval of the superintendent search process permission in regards to the scenarios that were presented, how to move forward. I believe we talked about hiring a superintendent in January. Also, hiring an interim. I think that should be outlined under that as well, Terry. Also, on page 43.
I'm sorry, Dr. Hall, can you clarify that for me? Under the two scenarios, hire an interim after the holidays and assign one of the assistants as an interim?
So that's under one agenda item, which was
Right.
the interim, but the additional agenda item where we talked about the superintendent itself.
Yes.
Right. I think it should be noted there as well, the different scenarios that were presented, to be cohesive. Also, there's where is it?
didn't.
There is, I don't see it now. Let me do so. We done. Current assistant. Okay, so page 43. 1, 2, 3, the fourth bullet point from the top. There's okay, the first one, board member believes, second one, board member asked, third one, board member does. The fourth one, board member assign one of the existing assistants as an interim, semicolon, allow this person, but it's not a complete thought on that one. You see it? It's page 43. Okay, so this is under interim superintendent plans discussion, points of discussion. So it's 1, 2, 3, fourth bold bullet point. And then yes, okay, so then we're going down to, okay, the indentation, those bullets. It's the last bullet under that. The last bullet under there are 4 assistant superintendents. Right. So Janine, do you see where it says 2 scenarios? Okay, the bullet point directly above that. Board member, assign one of the existing assistants as an interim, allow this person. And that's all.
Why don't we pull those minutes and approve those at our next meeting? Board members, any issues with that? Who made our original motion?
I did. So do we need to amend
We
the
need
motion?
to, for you to, Terry, are you good? Is she still looking?
Do we know what it should say?
I think we're. No, I think we're
I
going
didn't
to have
know
to
if
look
you
at the
had
minutes.
a thought. You took the minutes. I'm like, I don't know what she was gonna say, but.
Allow this person to do
go
what,
home.
to do whatever they want to do. Okay, I agree. Okay, approved.
So what do we want to do, board?
I think you maybe take that part off. I don't know. what-
Just strike that. Okay. Okay. So it should just read board member, assign one of the existing assistants as an interim, period. End comment.
Thanks.
It's too late for this. Thank you. Any other questions? We have a motion on the floor.
So
So what are we doing?
Motion? Are we going with the motion? What are we doing?
So
Do we
Nelson
need-
would have to amend his motion.
Don't
You
we
made
have
the
to amend
motion, Nelson?
She's just striking, making one change to the minutes.
Wasn't there something else you started? Weren't there two?
The other one was adding the scenarios.
Oh, yeah, adding the scenarios.
That was approved and motion and seconded, right?
Right.
Yes.
So
So we're motion to amend minutes of what was it?
With amendments.
So Nelson would amend his motion to approve the consent agenda
With the required
pending
adjustment.
the, right, as listed, as stated. Yeah.
I'm waiting for Janine to get it all written down.
So we have to vote on his
I just give her a
amendment.
little hint and she
and then
figures it
redo
now.
it.
Hot tear.
Okay. Nelson, would you care to amend your motion?
You want me to read that?
you want her, I don't know if you're
I
going to be able to
don't
read
have
it.
all. No, because she writes it all out then later.
Okay, the motion would be to
amend
amend. Go ahead. Too many people talking.
agenda. Minutes of November 1st.
Okay.
Wait a second. This is the amendment, not the approval, right? Is that how you worded it?
Mhm.
We have to first vote to actually amend it.
That's
So,
what I thought.
yeah, so Nelson has to amend his motion. And once that passes,
Then
then
vote on the
we
consent agenda.
do the,
Yes, yes.
vote on the
First,
consent
we
agenda
should
as,
amend. So Nelson, you need to make a motion
To
I'll
amend.
move to amend the motion,
to amend your motion.
to amend my motion for the consent agenda, subject to what correction or is of a revision to the meeting minutes
Minutes of
November 1st.
Very good.
2017. And I need a second. Right.
I see the faces you guys making down on that end over there.
Okay, now we
I
can
know
do
you
the
have those
motion.
moments
Second.
in your meeting.
Okay,
This one is laughing.
roll call.
But we're doing the motion to approve before the amendment, right? We don't have to do a roll call on the amendment.
Yeah,
We don't have to do a motion.
we don't have to do we don't have to vote on.
Motion on the amendment, just on the approval, right?
And then we have to make a new motion.
For God's sakes. All right,
Yeah.
don't leave.
To allow to do everything.
Okay.
according
Stay
to
right here,
motions.
right here.
Needs to be allowed.
Okay, ready? Mr. Toure?
Aye.
Toure. Mrs. Root?
Aye.
Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Mr. Brown? Mr. Albrecht?
Aye.
Mrs. Gasparo?
Aye.
And Mrs. Galbraith is an aye.
Okay, now can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended? Correct?
Yes.
Moved.
Second.
Okay, we just got it. Roll call.
Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Albrecht?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Nay.
Dr. Hall?
Nay.
Mrs. Root?
Aye.
Mr. Toure?
Aye.
Mrs. Gasparo?
Nay.
And Mrs. Galbraith is an aye.
Motion carries. I have a couple of donations to read. It's been a long night. Let me see if I can get this out. Okay. From Matt Reel, Crete Monee High School head boys golf coach, to Mr. Kennedy. I'm writing to thank you for the golf balls that were recently donated to Crete Monee High School boys golf team. The team members and I are very grateful for the consideration and the time you have taken to bring these golf balls to us at our Deer Creek Golf Course. Your support to Crete Monee is greatly appreciated. It's comforting to know that District 201U is surrounded by a supportive community. Thank you for considering our school, and we look forward to further contributions as you are able to make them available. We look forward to a continued partnership. From Ms. Chantel Perkins to Ms. Sue Dunlap from the Crete Women's Club. Dear Ms. Dunlap, on behalf of the scholars and the staff members of Balmoral Elementary, I would like to thank you for the donation of school supplies that were recently delivered to our schools. Thank you for your kindness in recognizing that we have many scholars in need of assistance. Our scholars and their education are so very important to making our schools and our community strong. Thank you once again for your generosity. Lastly, we have a letter from the Crete Police Department Deputy Chief Scott Pritz to the school board. School Board President Jennifer Gasparo. On Saturday, October 14th, 2017, the Crete Police Department and Crete Park District hosted their first annual Community Cleanup Day. It was a success with over 70 volunteers coming out to the event and helping to clean up the village of Crete. The Crete Monee varsity football team and coaches came out and showed the importance of hard work and volunteering for a good cause. This included Coach John Kanicki, Keith McMaster, Trace Capps, Darian Yarborough, and Kathy Seifert. These football players and coaches should be commended for their hard work, which reflected positively for the Crete Monee School District. I would also like to thank Natalie Nash, who assisted in getting the word out about the event, and school board members Janine Galbraith and Cheryl Roop, who also volunteered their time at this great event. This event helped build partnerships between the Crete Police Department, Crete Park District, Crete Monee School District, and local businesses. It's partnerships like this that help build a stronger, safer, and better communities. Sincerely, Deputy Chief Scott Pritz.
And they will be doing another one in the spring. The fall one was so effective that some of our coaches came back and said, don't forget our spring sports. We would like to allow them to be involved with the community. So we will be planning a spring one also.
Great. Okay, can I get a motion to approve the employment of certified staff, the reassignment of certified staff, the leave of absence for certified staff, the return from leave of absence for certified staff, the intent to retire from certified staff, the resignation of certified staff, the dismissal of certified staff, the employment of educational support staff, the reassignment of educational support staff, the leave of absence for educational support staff, the return from leave of absence of educational support staff, the intent to retire of educational support staff, the resignation of educational support staff, and the dismissal of educational support staff.
So moved.
I will. A second. Yes. Mr. Neal?
Okay, the personnel report reads as follows. The certified staff returned from leave of absence of Cynthia Heisel, Colleen Schofield, and Robert Welch. Certified staff intent to retire, Robert Lager. Educational support staff employment, Vincente Castillo Jr., Jory DeHaan, Leonard Dispenza, Anthony Dina IV, Barbara Watts, Thomas Webster, and Dwayne Whalen. Educational support staff returned from leave of absence, Jessica O'Young. Educational support staff reassignment, Carla Bond, Vivian Houston, Kathleen Lynch, Pamela Cohn, and Emma Rigo. Educational support staff resignation, Ashley Garcia. Educational support staff intent to retire, Janet Graham and Shirley Moore. And that's the end of the personnel report.
Questions? Roll call.
Mr. Teray?
Aye.
Mrs. Root?
Aye.
Dr. Hall? Mr. Brown?
Nay.
Mr. Albrecht?
Aye.
Mrs. Gasparo?
Aye.
And Mrs. Galbraith is an aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Business. Do we want to do these each individually?
Laura's going to talk about the career network.
Okay. All right. So then let me make the motion first. We'll do the motion separately. Can I get a motion to approve the payment of the Career Preparation Network local funds match?
So move.
Second.
Okay. All yours.
This is the annual renewal for our membership in the Career Preparation Network. This is the organization that Tom Heisel used to be the director of. For several years. We work with them on a lot of our career tech programs. They also manage 2 grants that we received that total close to $100,000. So not only do we get professional development around career tech, but we also have, we get money for running our programs like Project Lead the Way and other career tech dual credit types of opportunities. So the recommendation is that we, approve it. I don't have anything in front.
Oh, sorry.
Questions? Can I get a roll call?
Mr. Teray,
Aye.
Mrs. Root,
Aye.
Dr. Hall,
Aye.
Mr. Brown,
Aye.
Mr. Albrecht,
Aye.
Mrs. Gasparo,
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith is an aye.
Thank you. Motion carries. Can I get a motion to approve the contract for enrollment projections vendor? I'll move it.
I'll second.
Mr. Serma?
Thank you. As we talked about at the committee of the whole, it's a recommendation of the administration to have John Casarda, who is one of the leading demographers in the nation, to do the enrollment projections for School District 201U. So you do have, as part of supporting documents, the proposal that he has shared with me and I share with the district and the public. The cost of that is $7,900. You'll also see a biography of John and also some references. I believe in the last FYI or the one before that, I put a sample document that Dr. Casarda completed for the Hinsdale 181 school district, the type of report that he has. And so in there, you'll see the type of projections he has and he gives. He basically does 3 levels of projections for us. And he does it per school by the district also. So it's our recommendation that we move forward that, especially as we begin a planning process for our facilities. It'll give us an indication of where our enrollment will be.
Questions?
We do have a motion, right?
We have a motion on the
Motion on
floor.
the floor. I know we talked about this again, as you mentioned, Ken, at the committee as a whole. And I just don't personally see at this point how it would have a direct impact on the student learning, given our financial situation. These $10,000 adds up really, really quick. So, our student body as a whole been kind of flatline over the last many years, and no one can predict the future. So I understand forecasting student enrollment so we can proceed on a master plan for our buildings. Believe me, I understand that. So, but I think we can make a pretty good assumption from other methods and other means, given data that's already that may be out there. So that's just my take on it.
I just don't want any more issues like we had at Crete Elementary, where in October we have to add classrooms. If there's some way that we can get this information ahead of time, we can plan for it and we can get this into our master plan and also be able to plan for teachers and facilities and staffing and everything else that we need. I think we need to move forward.
But correct me if I'm wrong, we're looking at a projection for student enrollment, but it doesn't break it down. In no way you can tell how many third graders you're going to have and how many second graders you're going to have. You just assume you're going to have a family here or 2 kids or whatever, but no way you can forecast or predict the grade level.
They do birth rates, which would
He does look at
project
birth rates. He
into-
does look at the plots that are out there for future development that each of the villages have, so he looks at those type of things. I think the question always comes up when you do planning is how big do you build for? And there's always an assumption that we can make when we do that. And I think the community says, what's your assumption? Well, my assumption is 10%. Well, where's that coming from? Oh, I don't know. And I think I agree with you. There could be some avenues, but I think when you develop a true master plan, you need to bring in some professional outside consultants that's their expertise on this. And I think getting that so that we have that so we can develop facilities that are capable of handling future enrollment, I think is key.
So when you say how big do we build for, where is this conversation coming from? Are we saying that we're about to build, or, I'm not understanding
Sure.
that. I
As you,
understand doing this if you do have a massive plan, like when we built the high school and Monee Elementary. You want, things like this. What happened at Crete, we've seen this over the years. There'll be a grade level at a certain school that for whatever reason has more students in it. I don't see it as an epidemic problem. I don't see it as something that's affecting many of our schools. So when you're saying, how do we plan to build, what does that mean?
what it means is the fact that if we develop a 10-year master plan, what are we going to be doing in 10 years? What are we going to be doing in 5 years? Are we going to have the same facilities right now, 5 years from now? If we're not, then I think what we have to have is discussions on what those facilities are going to be. And then it's a board and a community discussion, what those facilities are going to be, what are they going to look like, how big are they going to be, and trying to predict then also what is education going to be like in 5 years or 10 years. And then once you start developing that, now again, you need to go in and determine what are your costs going to be? How are you going to structure that? So it's not something that when I talk about building, I'm not talking about tomorrow, I'm not talking a year from now, but I may be talking 5 or 10 years from now, because that's going to be part of our plan. Part of our plan is going to be out there 5 or 10 years.
And my question to Jennifer, because you mentioned the Crete classrooms, are you basing the need to spend this money off of that situation?
No, but it would be nice to know, in a year, are we going to have the need for 10 more kindergarten classrooms? And then that's going to flow through. What is this birth rate? How is this working? How is this going to flow through to our schools next year? And if you have a kindergartner, then that means, that's going to flow through to first grade. And is the same thing going to happen in kindergarten, or is that just a 1-year fluctuation? Those are the things that this, from what I understand from our discussions at the committee of the whole, will help us answer. So is it a sustained, going to be a continuous increase in kindergarten every year, which means that every year
But
we
that's
have
not
to
what
add?
this is going to tell you. It's not going to tell you if it's going to be a sustained increase. It's basically compiling data and inputting the data and projecting, based off of whatever formulas or algorithm, whatever you want to call it, and it's going to spit out this data based on that. It's not something that we can say, oh, well, this said it's going to be 10, new babies born, so we better prepare for those 10. Guess what? Those 10 could move out of the district, and the 10 could turn into 50. You just never know. I just want clarity on it.
Yeah, no, you don't. But the one thing that you mentioned is those formulas or to produce that data. The problem is he's the expert and he knows what formulas to use. I don't, and none of us know what formulas to use. So you're right. I don't know if the projections will give you an exact number, but at least they can show you some trends as we begin developing a facility master plan.
And Ken, do I recall correctly that you mentioned that you'll have an idea of how they came up with this computation? You'll have the underlying indicator so you could follow each one, so that if something is not going according to the way they were predicting it, then you would know that,
right,
to some
and,
extent.
And that's why he gives you 3 different levels of projections that he has there. And I, off the top of my head, I forget how he categorizes them, but there's A, B, and C. So one is a more aggressive one, and I've always looked at the middle of the road one that he has, but it does have all those underlying either formulas or whatever he used, those assumptions that he's used to develop those, so then you can adjust as you go. Yes.
Right. So it wouldn't just be a report one time, and then if
Yeah,
it didn't happen that way, we wouldn't be able to use it for anything else.
No, I wouldn't do it on multiple occasions at all. I mean, the next time I would really do it is probably in another 10 years, probably. Unless you've seen a huge growth here in the district, but I don't think so. I don't think we'll ever get to a housing market that we were at one point, and that I don't ever see that coming back again. But again, it just kind of gives you an idea of where we're going.
And I could see if we had a consistent problem and issue that was, highly impacting the district, and I just don't think we have that.
Well, and again, my only concern is the fact that we have a couple facilities that are aging, that are not in very good shape. And the question that I'll be bringing to the board and along with the recommendation is, do we redo those facilities or do you build new facilities? That's the question that's going to come up. And again, by studying this, we'll be able to make a good recommendation to the board, at least with that, and be able to have some discussion on that, the pros and cons.
And I guess, and you bring up a good scenario there, but just kind of the history of the majority of these board members or their take on building, it takes money, and we are not in a position to readily gain money unless it was some type of borrowing, going out there and soliciting a referendum or whatever for bonds, selling of bonds. And the majority of these board members, I don't want to say the majorities, many of these board members were very adamant about not borrowing money. We're just not in position. So are we putting, and I will not say this wrong, okay, are we putting the cart before the horse? I said it vice versa with it.
Okay, that's all right.
So that's all I'm saying.
Right.
Is this board ready to change their position? Again, many of these board members, are they ready to change this position and say, okay, we looking to go, which is the right thing to do, have a master plan, which kind of what we had, but you come in, you bring a new flavor to the table. Are we ready to look at, you say we had $20 million right now, as we pay down our debt, that number will grow a little bit. Are we willing to go out to the taxpayers and say, you know what, we need to build another school here? I think that's the question that needs to be asked. And, do we have that now?
Well,
do we have
again,
that from these members here?
Excuse me, Mr. Brown. I think as a new board member, this would be useful information to have a baseline for how we view, regardless of if we have a building decision or whatever we have in front of us. I don't think we're there yet. I'm certainly not. But I would find this useful information for us to have as a baseline. And my only ask would be it talks about the assumptions, but I think we need to make sure we get the assumptions in the final written report so we understand what they are. And then we don't have to go out and commission a report. If there's a change, if we understand what the assumptions are as a baseline, we can make some assessment of how that's going to impact us.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't want to go tit for tat, but and thank you for chiming in, and I really appreciate your input on this topic. And again, it's never a bad thing. I'm always one that's driven by numbers and driven by data, and especially if it's informative. I've said that a lot of times. No, this was not hurt, but you have to look at everything in proper perspective. And I'm just saying, in my opinion, again, it's just not the time to do it.
I'm going to throw this out there, and I don't know if this will help it at all, but one of the things that we've talked about is the fact that, this school, School A is at max capacity and has a need for, an additional classroom. This one here actually has extra classrooms based on our homeschool boundaries. Is this something that would help possibly if we had to redraw boundaries, and I'm not saying that's what we're doing, I'm just asking the question, would this help with that?
It does. I mean, they do it by schools, so they'll do it by villages and all of that. So it would help you determine that. Now, there's also another mechanism that can be used, and that's through Forecast 5, Forecast Analytics. They have something called 5 Map that you're actually able to plot out all of your students on a map and begin redistricting.
Again, not saying we're doing that.
Yeah, not saying we're doing that, but there are some vehicles out there that you could utilize those things.
But that's not part of.
That's not part of this, but this will help you do some forecasting when it comes to look at schools, and again, my role is to try and help the board be visionary on what's going to go on in the future. And we do know we have some serious issues with some of our facilities, some life safety issues that are very serious issues, and we need to address those. That all has to be part of the plan. And so as we do that, my goal is to do a comprehensive plan that will include enrollment projections, your facilities, and then also a financing plan to see how we're going to financing, some recommendations on how we would finance that. I don't know what that means yet, but because there is going to have to be, we all know this, and this isn't something we're going to have to finance some of this. We just have to. I don't know what that means yet, but we have to look at that. I don't know what that means yet, but we have to plan it in order to do it appropriately.
Okay. Any other questions? Can I get a roll call?
Mr. Albrecht?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Nay.
Dr. Hall?
As I stated, I don't feel we have the pressing need for it. And additionally, like I said in the other meeting, half of this stuff, I'm looking at it on the Illinois report card, in my opinion. So my vote is no.
Mrs. Root?
Aye.
Mr. Teray?
Aye.
Mrs. Gasparo?
Aye.
And Mrs. Galbraith is a nay.
Motion carries. Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve expense limits for board members?
Moved.
I'll second.
Okay. Mr. Surma, I know you sent us some information on this. We've been going back and forth on this. We have a policy that aligns us with what we were required to pass, stating that we had to pass a policy that said that we are going to reimburse based on certain criteria. We've passed that policy, but what we never did was we never created a budget per board member. I know there were several times where numbers were thrown out. It was brought up at the committee of the whole by a board member that we wanted to put this policy in effect and get an actual budget. You did some research.
I did, and so you'll see.
I'm sorry, before you say that, when you say we never what? What did you say?
We never voted on a dollar amount for board spending limits.
But a dollar amount was decided.
No, a dollar amount was recommended by the superintendent. It was never approved by the school board.
Okay, and what is the law? The law states that
The law
we
does
have
not state that
to-
we have to have a dollar amount. The law just states that we have to have a policy on how we're going to approve.
I think the law does indicate that we do have to establish a limit. Is that correct?
I don't know of a law that states that. I'd have to turn to.
That we have to establish a limit? Mhm.
Right. And, right, and that's what was recommended by Superintendent Cunningham, and he,
Right.
we went back and forth several times with amounts, and the amount that he recommended was $6,000. So we just want to get an official board approval of a dollar amount, whether it's $6,000 or whether we decide on something else. We just need to have that in the books. So the recommendation was $6,000.
I have his recommendation as 6285. in the email that he sent. Just for clarity. Mhm.
The last correspondence that I read from him was $6,000, but 6285, it doesn't, we can make, at this meeting, we can make the amount what we would like it to be, whether it's 66,000, 62, whatever the dollar amount was, less or more. So I would like some input from board members, please.
$6,500 and call it a day.
I'm good with that.
I'm good with 0. That's me.
Mhm. Anybody else?
I think 6,500 seems high personally,
I do too.
but I'm just looking at the averages here. It doesn't look like anybody ever got, that's annually, right? Per person, per board member annually. Doesn't look like anybody ever got to that anyway.
I have actually. I do attend a lot of trainings.
Oh, okay, yeah,
So
I do see that.
but I'm pretty much the exception.
That includes trips for lobbying and
No, it's conferences.
conferences. Okay.
It's outlined in Ken's information.
And
I
Dr.
just tend to value learning.
Yeah, you
I
bring.
feel like it's helped me
Definitely.
and helped to make informed decisions. And I understand, even as the president, I have board members that didn't necessarily do that. So I felt like if I'm going to go and get the information, I'm going to bring it back to the Board of Education.
I definitely think that the triple I and last year attending the national was a huge benefit.
So I'm okay with the 6,500.
Okay.
I guess, I don't have a specific dollar amount in mind. If that's consensus of the rest of the board members, $6,500, I'm fine with that. I guess my ask would be, can we get this type of a reporting more frequently, once a quarter or something, so we can just continue to measure
See where we are.
instead of getting it once every 3 years or getting a 3-year view?
Well, Ken was planning on setting up
I can do
separate
that.
line
I'll set up
items.
the account so that we
If
can. we
you're
can have a
planning on
report.
doing that, that's
Sure.
fine, but
And
that would be my ask.
I do like that because I know there's been discrepancies with what was actually spent. And I know it's because, like, for instance, someone FOIA'd my information. They were given information on trips that I did not go on. For instance, when we were seeking a superintendent, that was
not
out of
professional
state.
development.
That exactly.
Right,
For
that's
one,
not
it's not
professional
professional development, but two, 3 board members originally were going to go and interview this person, but the concern was brought up that, wait, I don't know, that's 3, let's be careful. So I opted not to go. However, when that information was FOIA'd, it was sent as if I did go.
Because the money was spent, but the
Because the
plane ticket
FOIA
was
request
banked,
was,
or-
they wanted to see everything, so pretty much they were given everything that had my name on it. However, that trip, right, exactly. So I actually, I like the method, what you're doing, and I think that helps too, because I know a lot of it comes through Terry, but she's just housing the paperwork. And I believe in FOIA, Terry, you just pretty much handed over the paperwork, correct? Okay.
Yeah, what I'll do is I'll set up separate accounts so that it's easily reportable and that we can bring either monthly or quarterly reports, whatever it is. I'm in the process of doing some new financial things that I'll be sharing with the board later on, but I'll make sure we have that, so, okay?
And for clarity, it's 6,500. The recommendation is 6,500 per board member, and that's that board member's limit unless they come back and request something in addition to
That's
that.
what I
We're
would
not
recommend.
sharing
That's what I would recommend, so
funds.
that if a board member chooses to go somewhere, if something comes up, they could just come back to the board, that's approved. and that-
Obviously, if there's something that's
it just helps me
wonderful
from
that
a
would
reporting,
be great,
that I don't,
then
I'm not the middle person.
And are we making this calendar year or school year?
It's easier for me fiscal year.
Fiscal.
Fiscal year, which would
is
be July 1 to June 30th. Yes. That's easier for
So
me
that
because
would
then
need
it's
to
our
be in
reporting.
the-
Yes.
Decision.
Yep.
Hey, I would challenge the board that those who attend the conferences, and maybe we can have a commitment up front to do the best we could to grab the input from those board members and try to implement some of the things that they learn into the learning of our students in some capacity, as opposed to just sharing the information. Let's say, you know what, let's take one or two items that was brought to the board and we all can agree, let's try to implement it in some capacity. That's what I would recommend.
And I also would like to say that if we're going to something like the III, that we're spreading ourselves out so that we're not all taking the same courses. So
I kind of baffle with that because that's something I thought too. However, do we want to limit if a board member, if you have multiple board
No,
members that
no,
want to go to, something? And I think I did that before where I sent something, I don't know if you guys were on the board, but asked when we went to a national, could somebody go to this? Could somebody go to that? And we did it that way.
that's what
before,
Janine
but-
and I did for national was we sat down with the book and we said, okay, this really interests me and this is really my expertise. So we tried to make sure we spread ourselves out as much as possible. So we were bringing as much information as possible
That
back.
was close together. And I brought a lot of my information back and did share it with people who, I thought could use it. So you're absolutely right in that. The nice part is that they have something. Some of those you go to,
No
they
handouts.
just talk and that's it. And it's like, I can't write notes fast enough.
Okay.
But I agree.
And again, I would like to say that, we are going to be coming up on negotiations with our certified teachers and non-certified teachers over the next year or so. And from past experience, they kind of use us having budgeted money to attend, and I'm just keeping it real, it was whispered in my ear or shouted in my ear that you guys have money to go to these conferences, but you don't have money to pay us. So that may not come around this time around, but it came to me. And that kind of, I'm like, wow, because I enjoyed the conferences. I really look forward to it. But that was kind of a showstopper for me in some way, shape, or form. So the conferences, I swear by them as far as the effectiveness. So, but I just want to buyers beware.
And I will say to that, like I've said before, teachers are required to do professional development, administrators. I personally feel like we need more mandated training for board members because we make decisions. I mean, let's face it, all you have to do is be 18 and live in the area, registered voter, non-felon. We make decisions on a multi-million-dollar organization,
70 million.
and we need to have the training and the know-how behind making these decisions. So I've said it from day one. I still will say it, and I'll say it to anybody that challenges it. You want an educated board member in these seats. You don't want somebody that's not attending anything.
And I recall, you always make me remember that guy that was in the audience the day we had, I forget what we had here, but he knew nothing about the guy from New Lenox.
Oh, yes, when we had the.
Senate Bill 100.
Senate Bill 100. And he just literally stood up and said, what is Senate Bill 100 after the discussion had been going on for maybe an hour? And we're just like, oh my God, this is why we do go to classes and why we do get the Senate updates and stuff. So you just made me think of that, Dr. Hall.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the expense limit for board members. We have decided on an amount of 6,500. With Ken is going to be keeping track of that. Okay.
$6,500 per fiscal year.
Fiscal year.
July 1 to June 30. We need a motion on that,
I
right?
have a motion. Correct.
Can I get
if-
clarity? this is separate from if we did a board retreat,
Correct.
just clarity.
Okay, was there something in the verbiage that says that if I do not use all of my $6,500 resources, that and I can give it over to someone
No,
else?
it
So-
says by the board and may not use another board member's unused limit unless approved by the Board of Education prior to its
Oh, so
use.
it's still an opportunity.
Right, you'd
but it
have
has
to
be
ask
approved.
to come to the board and ask prior to its use.
Okay, you can have $100 a month.
Oh,
So,
It's sharing.
so I'm a little concerned then you told her it would be at reimbursement time. I think we need to do it prior to use if we're going to follow this.
That's if they're borrowing. If they're going over 6,500,
Right,
it
I
would be
still think
prior
we want to do
to.
that prior to use, because
Good.
if we say no at reimbursement time, they're out that money.
Well, I'm hoping that $6,500 is plenty.
I'm sorry, I got an issue with that wording. That's right. So the person then, say it's a $400 class, and we say
Before
no.
registration.
Well, before reimbursement,
So you want it to say before,
prior
Prior
to
to
its use, just like it does
scheduling.
here,
okay,
please.
Terry? So before registration or before, prior to its
That's the
use?
wording in here, let's stick with it.
So in other words, you can't even register for the seminar or book the hotel until it's approved. Mhm.
Okay, so that's.
Any other comments?
No, so I think the motion on the floor is to set the amount at $6,500.
Well, the motion is to approve the expense limit for board members. That expense limit's going to be 6,500.
Right. So we need a motion and a second, a first and a second.
We already have that.
That was
To
to,
approve the expense limit for board members.
but we didn't have a dollar amount in it. So it's the same motion? And I think that. So you just want to do a roll call?
Ray, would that be correct? Okay.
There we
I already have a motion on the floor, though. This is a very unusual meeting. I'm so glad you're here.
I made the motion.
Would you like to amend?
Withdraw or can you amend?
I withdraw the motion.
Okay, so now I have to do,
Can I get a motion to approve the expense limit for board members at $6,500?
Moved.
I'll second it. She's got so many scratch offs over here. It's unbelievable.
good luck on this
And
one,
it's not
Terry.
even a 4 a.m. meeting. I know what we're doing this weekend.
Going to the convention.
Watching the video.
Okay. No, this is roll call now, right? Roll call to approve now, right? Terry's never gonna be able to read this.
She's over there.
Never gonna be able to read this, Terry. Okay, Mr. Albrecht.
Aye.
Mr. Brown.
Nay.
Dr. Hall.
Aye.
Mrs. Root.
Nay.
Mr. Teray.
Aye.
Mrs. Gasparo.
Nay.
Mrs. Galbraith is an aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Do we have any old business?
I don't know if this is old business or new business, but we have two new policies that take effect, I believe, January 1st, involving adding, delicately, I don't know how to say this, adding certain facilities and products Are we ready for those are we in the process for January?
Could you please explain yourself a
Yes,
little bit?
clarify, for clarity, can you?
I know it's not 3 in the morning, but you should be able to do that.
It's okay, because I had the
Do we
same
need to put a
conversation
gender?
in DOT.
He's
But
messing with
yes,
me all
we,
night.
we have discussed this in DLT, and Keith is prepared. We know exactly what we need to do.
Dr. Clark, you're dancing around. Can you be a little bit more transparent, please? Thank you.
Yes, we're fine.
All the kids are asleep now, okay? Oh,
Actually, I think it should be stated, parents need to know.
Would you like me to do it?
Feminine
brought it up
hygiene
before.
products
We are making sure
by
that
law.
that
You
we
have
are
nothing.
putting
Thank you,
feminine
State
hygiene
Rep
products
Leticia
in
Wallace.
areas for our female students.
Well, that wasn't the only thing.
And
lactation
providing an area for nursing students that is separate from teachers.
Does the guys get the same privilege?
If they're nursing, yes.
If it is necessary.
This is equal opportunity
If
here.
it's necessary.
Get some daddies around here.
So we have to put that in the budget, like toilet paper?
Yes, Keith is taking care of all of that.
You sure we're gonna have a closed session tonight?
Yes.
Sorry, Ray.
Keith, would you like to
He's
comment?
never going to want to come back again. Yeah, Keith, you want to talk about it? Do we have any other old business?
Yes, I have old business. We talked about missing equipment, missing wrestling equipment, some signets and a couple of timers or whatever. And the discussion at the committee of the whole was we're going to put in a policy to, two things were discussed. One, I asked if the departing coach was contacted personally if they were possibly put in a different location that we didn't know about. And the second part was to move forward on this. Are we going to establish a procedure where the coach, regardless, or the activity person is inventoried prior to taking the job and when leaving the job with two people, preferably the AD or his or her direct representative, so that it's not, yeah, everything's here and they hand you a piece of paper, because I've seen that done for all my working career, and half the stuff is not there. So have we addressed this, and if not, when?
Well, as far as the is contacting the former coach, that was done. The coach denied having any of the objects, so we have not located them anywhere else. So at this point, that's the only information I have with that. As far as your question about going forward and how we store the equipment, I've asked Mr. Tobias to include that in his December presentation to the committee of the whole. So when he comes to talk about the various things from the athletic department, you know, he can bring that up as far as what, excuse me, if there are some things that the board would like to look at, that if there are going to be additional costs to provide those storage areas and so forth, because they may not exist, you know, he's going to bring all that information. So that will be forthcoming at the next committee of the whole.
Okay, thank you. And I had one other thing. Are you getting anywhere on the HVAC person? Okay, how much longer, or what are we gonna do? You're gonna run one guy into the nursing home, you know, or something. You're gonna exhaust this man trying to keep up with all this heat and air in these buildings. We've been talking about this, you know, since Christ was a corporal. It's time to move on with this, you know. Let's do something. That's my recommendation to the board. Let's get this guy or lady hired. Let's get out in the trade mags. Let's go somewhere. Let's do something we need to do and get somebody out here to help this man. We're gonna get into a bind and then it's gonna be, the public's gonna say, what have you been doing here? So that's my feelings on it. Thank you.
I want to make a brief comment about the singlettes. Being a parent, to my understanding, the previous coach prior to the one that just left did not collect singlets. For whatever reason, I don't know. I know he was really in a hurry to get out of here, so maybe that's why. And one thing I want to point out also is you have different sports. Some turn in the uniforms, some don't, because they pay money for them, particularly probably with dance and cheer or different, maybe, I don't know how show choir is, but some of these, the parents pay a lot of money and they keep them. This has been a continuous conversation in regards to the athletic department and uniforms. To my understanding, there's a schedule of who gets new uniforms, years. This one gets it every 3 years or 4 years or whatever. I just think that, we continue to see some of these practices that need to be tightened up on.
And that's all, part of what we're going to talk about in December.
Right. So particularly if we're paying for uniforms, they should be collected and they should be, able to be used for multiple years. However, you have some sports and with wrestling this past year, the students bought those uniforms. So there's some different ways of doing things. I don't want to step on toes, but I just think the process needs to be clear, particularly if the district is paying for the uniforms and making sure that we're getting them back.
Agreed. First I'm hearing that wrestlers families paid for that. I don't know how that all works.
I didn't even know
So,
what singlet was.
yeah, I didn't know either. So,
Well, if they're paying for it, they should never in the future. That's crazy. My kids never paid for it and all three of them wrestled. That's provided basic equipment like a helmet or football uniform or whatever. I don't understand that part. Hopefully we can correct that next week.
okay. Any other old business? Yeah, next month, December. New business? Okay, can I get a motion to go in closed session for the purpose of discussing probable litigation and the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call?
Mr. Albrecht?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Mrs. Root?
Aye.
Mr. Touré?
Aye.
Mrs. Gasparo?
Aye.
And Mrs. Galbraith is an aye.
Thank you.
Closed at 10:51.
Lyle, how much time do you expect this will take?
10 minutes, you say?
Yeah, that's what I
I would
heard.
love to say 10 minutes.
Can I get a motion to come out of closed session?
Move.
Second.
Roll call?
Mr. Albrecht?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Dr. Hall?
What vote is this? Come
Coming
out
out
of closed. Oh, we could have did all call. Aye.
Mrs. Root?
Aye.
Mr. Teray?
Aye.
Mrs. Gasparo?
Aye.
And Mrs. Galbraith is an aye.
Motion carries. Can I have a motion to terminate the employment of Mr. Sharif Anahale as recommended by the administration?
Moved.
Second.
Any comments? Roll call?
Mr. Albrecht?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Mrs. Root?
Aye.
Mr. Teray?
Aye.
Mrs. Gasparo?
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith is an aye.
Can I get a motion to table the approval of the settlement agreement?
So moved.
Second.
Table 14. Okay, and then we're doing roll call.
Okay, call the roll, please.
Mr. Teray? Roll call.
We're tabling an item.
Table it.
Aye.
Mrs. Root?
Aye.
Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mr. Albrecht?
Aye.
Mrs. Gasparo?
Aye.
And Mrs. Galbraith is an aye.
Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, we are adjourned.